Honorable Audrey Sewell, OJCD, JP Cabinet Secretary, Miss Darlene Morrison, CD, Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, Mistress Hope Blake, Deputy Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, Permanent Secretaries, Heads of Department and Agencies, specially invited guests, presenters, Audit Committee members, Chief Internal Auditors, representatives of the Ministry of Finance and the public sector, ladies and gentlemen. 2025 staging, but it's welcome to the 2026 staging of the GOJ's Audit Committee Conference. I am Sherry-Ann Ward. I will be the pleasant face that will be guiding you through today's session. I'm also known as the moderator. So very pleased to meet you all this morning. So, now that I know you are doing well, I won't assume that the person beside you is doing well. So I'm going to ask you to turn to the person beside you and say, "Are you okay?" And make sure you get a response. All right. So from the laughter and the smiles and all the expressions I'm seeing, that seems like I did a good vibe check and everybody is feeling. We're feeling great. We're feeling good. So we are here today, and our theme that will be in focus is governance in action, strengthening trust, risk oversight, and resilience. Today, we will have a very, very important discussion as leaders in governance and compliance, from theory to deliberate action. So what we're saying in Jamaican parlance is a very volatile era, which I'm sure you will all agree. You will be guided by a distinguished cohort of experts who will share valuable insights on navigating these complexities. So what I'm going to encourage you today to do, we're having serious discussion, serious talk, and we're dealing with serious business, right? But I want you to relax. I want you to get comfortable because we're going to learn today, we're going to engage today, and I love to say we're going to have a little fun. Is that okay with you? Okay, I like the sound of that. So I look forward to the engagement with our presenters, our panelists, and of course, we're going to be having a very productive and actionable engagement. But of course, we do nothing without setting the tone. And at this time, I will be inviting Mr. Barrington Thomas, and he will be opening with prayer. Please receive him.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Morning, all. This time, let's reverence our hearts and shut out the distractions as we go to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, the Lord of the heavens and the earth, we give you all the glory and all the honor and all the praise, because you are good, and your mercies, they are everlasting. Your truth, it endured forever. We thank you for waking us up this morning in our right minds. We thank you for bringing us here safely. We had no incidents, we had no accidents, and our presence here testifies of your goodness. We ask that you will go forth before us, O Lord, and let this session be well understood, well taken, and that we may all learn, and may it all be for the goodness of this country, for the growth of this country, and for the glory of your name. Lead in everything that is done and said today, and let your will be done. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. I now invite to make us all welcome the Honorable Audrey Sewell, Cabinet Secretary. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way to the lectern.
It is indeed a privilege to welcome you to this Audit Committee Conference, which is being held under the theme, Governance in Action, Strengthening Trust, Risk Oversight, and Resilience. For those I have not met since 2026, I hope this year has started on a positive note for you. While I have the honor of being invited to this conference each year, my attendance is by no means a ceremonial obligation. It is rather a deliberate expression of my deep respect for and confidence in the critical role that auditors and audit committees play in safeguarding accountability and safeguarding transparency and effectiveness in the stewardship of the country's public resources. I want to commend the collective work of audit committees across ministries, departments, and agencies. The impact of your work was most apparent during the recent passage of Hurricane Melissa, one of the most devastating disasters Jamaica has ever experienced, which rigorously tested the strength, adaptability, and resilience of our systems and institutions. Our ability to respond with coordination, speed, and accountability was not accidental, but rooted in the foundational work of auditors over many, many years. It is the gaps you identified, the uncomfortable questions you raised, the lessons documented in previous audit reports that informed the renewal of outdated systems, the strengthening of weak controls, and the development of more robust strategies. The resilience we experience in several areas of response and recovery is in no small way a dividend of your prior work. Today we see governance in action through real-time auditing under the Hurricane Melissa Relief Initiative. This approach helps build public trust and confidence among the diaspora, international, and the development partners, encouraging continued support through grants, concessional financing, and other forms of assistance. Equally important is the transformative impact of the enterprise risk management policy and framework now rolled out across ministries, departments, and agencies. It has evolved from a compliance exercise into a strategic enabler of sustainable growth and national resilience, moving to a proactive, risk-aware culture. We have observed tangible benefits from this approach. The Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information drew on lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic to strengthen its preparedness and continuity arrangements, enabling a more effective response to Hurricane Melissa. This demonstrates how risk management translates into real-world resilience. As we embark on the national rebuilding strategy to realize a more resilient Jamaica, the role of auditors becomes even more critical. Therefore, auditors should not view their work as a means to secure convictions, but as an essential part of our collective responsibility to strengthen critical infrastructure and institutionalize business continuity as we aim to make Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business, and they have also tacked on to retire. Looking ahead, the future of auditing in Jamaica is bright. It is being shaped by technological innovation, a heightened focus on cybersecurity and regulatory compliance, and a strong commitment to continuous professional development and client-centric service. This transformation is not merely about adapting to change. It is about leading it and ensuring the auditing profession remains robust, relevant, and respected. In closing, let me leave you with this thought. I quote, Trust is built when governance moves from intention to action, and resilience is achieved when oversight is both courageous and constructive, end of quote. I want to thank the organizers for their continued dedication to this important initiative. I trust that today's proceedings will be productive and fruitful, and I look forward to the discussions and insights that will emerge at this conference. Once again, welcome one, welcome all.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sewell. And at this time, I invite Ms. Darlene Morrison, our Financial Secretary, and she will be bringing her address. Please receive her.
Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Audrey Sewell, Deputy Financial Secretary Hope Blake, Moderator, other heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, Audit Committee chairpersons and members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this year's annual Government of Jamaica Audit Committees Conference, aimed at enhancing the capabilities of audit committees and raising awareness about critical issues impacting governance, risk, and control. This year's event continues this mission by sharing knowledge and insights on how audit committees can bolster trust, improve risk oversight, and build resilience. Let us look at these individually. Strengthening trust. Within the public sector governance, strengthening trust, risk oversight, and resilience embodies our commitment to ensuring that what we say and do adhere to fundamental governance principles such as integrity, transparency, and accountability. Upholding these principles fosters trust and confidence among our stakeholders. Trust serves as the cornerstone of effective governance. A lack of trust can undermine even the most sophisticated frameworks. For Government of Jamaica Audit Committees, building trust starts with fostering transparency and ethical behavior. Your responsibilities necessitate clear, unbiased, and accurate reporting, addressing challenging questions, following up on management's response to weaknesses identified by internal and external audits, and ensuring that resources are utilized efficiently for their intended purpose. Trust develops from how we engage with stakeholders, how we communicate findings, demonstrate fairness in reporting. When stakeholders observe impartial oversight accompanied by appropriate corrective actions, their confidence in government-run institutions strengthens. This confidence is a true reflection of good governance in practice. Strengthening risk oversight. We hold a vital responsibility to enhance risk oversight. Today's operating environment is increasingly complex and characterized by financial pressures, cyber threats, climate challenges, and evolving public expectations. A KPMG 2025 survey reveals that audit committees are increasingly worried about the complexities within business operations and risk, as well as the effects of digital disruptions on finance organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, there is merit to this concern. The Ministry of Finance and Public Services 2025 Enterprise Risk Management Annual Report shows that 43 significant risks were analyzed across various ministries, departments, and agencies. 13 risks, which represents 30%, are currently classified as high priority, needing immediate action. 27 risks, at 63%, fall into medium category, requiring ongoing monitoring and active management. The report highlights systemic concerns affecting multiple MDAs, such as deficiencies in ICT infrastructure, enforcement vulnerabilities, compliance gaps, along with a need for more specialized professionals. If these risks remain unaddressed, they will impede the public sector's capacity to fulfill its mandate effectively. Consequently, effective oversight requires a proactive approach rather than a reactive one. It involves understanding an organization's risk appetite while continuously identifying emerging risk alongside ensuring practical controls are enforced. Enhanced collaboration between risk management teams and audit professionals is crucial for effective oversight. Consider this. For those entities that have risk officers, how many of you can say that you have been invited to the audit committee meeting? Are you aware of how risks are being tracked and monitored, or whether the organization complies with reporting its key risks to the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service? Good risk oversight means moving beyond examining internal audit reports to becoming active partners in integrating risk management into the daily operational fabric of the organization. Strengthening resilience. Effective governance should foster resilience, which is the capability of our institutions to adapt during disruptions while continuing to deliver public value. Resilience has become a trending word since the passage of Hurricane Melissa and has been used to praise the ability of Jamaicans and, by extension, communities to recover and rebuild in the face of such a major disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, resilience flourishes through a culture of accountability and continuous improvement, where effectively following up on audit recommendations is a key driver for accountability and improvement. The statistics indicate that there remains considerable work ahead in the area of outstanding audit recommendations. The Consolidated Audit Committee's annual report indicates that management responses stood at 33% for financial year 2024-25. This is a decline from 52% in 23-24, and it was 45% in 22-23. However, much more needs to be done to foster an environment conducive to improvement. Establishing a culture focused on improvement transformed the role of the Audit Committee from mere compliance watchdogs into strategic partners committed to organizational excellence, fostering trust and resilience alongside sustainable governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the call for action towards effective governance signifies a call for leadership defined by integrity in action and guided by insight while planning with foresight. As members of the public sector audit committees, you must continue earning trust through transparency, enhancing our oversight via heightened risk awareness, and nurturing resilience through unwavering commitment to continuous improvement. By doing so, we transform governance from an abstract notion into tangible accountability, stability, and progressive assurance for all Jamaicans. Thank you all for your dedication as members of the Central Government Audit Committees. Let us exemplify what good governance looks like by applying what we learn here to strengthen trust, risk oversight, and resilience within the institutions we have committed to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Morrison. And so we are off to a good start. Would you agree with me? Okay, wonderful. So I want to do a check in the room to see who is represented here today, which companies, entities are here today. So let me start with this table right here. This is my table. So I just want you to know my team is over here because I'm sitting right here at this table. So let me hear my team representing which company today. Shout it a little louder. Minutes, put your hands together for them. All right, and let me see now. This table right here. Yes, sir. You're representing the public. I like that. Welcome to the welcome this morning. And the table over there, smiling faces. Yes, that's it. Yeah, she's looking around. Okay, so tell me who is at that table. Okay, and who else do we have in? Okay, we have good representation. Go ahead. All right, so I'm going to skip and go over to my far, the left over here. There is a lovely lady, yes, in white. Which company are you representing today? Okay, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And there's a lady sitting at a table. She's wearing a mustard jacket. I want to know, where is she from? Okay, that is what? NEPA, right? So we are all here today. We are representing different sectors, different agencies. And so, as I did say before, it is time for us to engage. I listened to the So, I did listen to Ms. Morrison, and she gave us some pointers. And I want to find out in the room who is attending the audit committee meetings. Let me see the hands. Hold on. Every hand should shut up. I should just see the hands and go up like this. Actually, I should see 2 hands. All right. Who are reviewing the reports? Because that's critical, you know. No, man, I don't like when a hand take too long to go up at all. Let me see who reviewing the reports. Okay, but let me see now who is not just reviewing the reports to ensure that we highlight all the wrongs, but you are playing your part in assisting with the continual improvement. I like that. Clap yourselves. Clap yourselves. Okay, so if you see on your program, because we have a very dynamic program today, and we have some presenters who will be joining us shortly, but I will be giving you a little break at this time, and you will be engaging with our display booths that are set up just outside in the reception hall. We have exhibitors from the IIA and ICAU, and they want to introduce to you what it is that ICAJ, I'm sorry, ICAJ. Thank you. You see, that's why you have the jobs that you have. You pay attention to details and your eyes are very keen. So very good, very good. So we're going to be breaking for a bit, and then I'll just ask you to go outside. So just before we engage with the booths, I'm going to be asking Mr. Dwight McLeish. Is he here? Where is he? Say, I'm here. Present? I'm not seeing him. Oh, hi, Dwight. How are you? So he'll be coming to us for a few minutes, and he will be telling us a little bit more about the IIA. Please put your hands together loudly for him.
Good morning, everyone. Moderator, all protocols observed. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I today want to speak about the IIA and what we're doing with the chapter to engage our members, to have win-win partnership for our members. So the IIA had recently elected a new executive, and I, as the president of the executive, have formulated a strategy to improve the IIA in its oversight, in resilience, and win-win partnership for our members. So one of the things that we will be putting on right here at the Jamaica Pegasus is Conference 2026. And it will be here at Talk of the Town, May 21st this year. So the theme for the conference this year is the role of the internal audit, technology, data analytics, cyber risk, wellness, resilience, retention for audit teams, and future skills and leaders. So we'll be having that conference here, and also the cost for that conference is IAA members 20,000, non-members 25,000. So we encourage members here, CIAs, heads of department, to support your team members, staff members to this conference. We're looking for the support, and it will provide good value for our members. Another strategy that we have been engaging is training opportunities for our members. And some of the training opportunities we'll be having free trainings, and also we'll be having paid training. And if you come to our monthly meeting, and we'll send out that schedule for those training and those topics that we'll be having those training on. And what we have done, we have engaged our members to find out which topics they'll be interested in. So our Vice President of Training from Ernst & Young, and we have engaged with the IAA Global and IAA Caribbean to facilitate those training. So those trainings will be coming out shortly by the end of January, and you will see how we can provide win-win partnership and benefit for our members. We're engaging all stakeholders to make that possible. Also, we want to encourage members to register with the Ministry of Finance for the IAA, because it's through that registration you will get the benefits from the Jamaica chapter. So we encourage members to register, participate, get engaged, because we are motivated to bring to the fore the IA to the public and to showcase our work, especially in this hemisphere. So as CAPSEC said in her message, the future of internal audit is bright. And we intend to bring that leadership to let it even shine brighter, that all can see. And so the team headed by myself will be doing that to ensure that there's win-win for our members, and we bring the members in focus, and so that the organization that they serve can benefit with a win-win partnership. The third thing that we want to talk about is sponsorship for the conference. We have put together a conference chair, and that is chaired by Ms. Nicola Reed, CAA, and she's the conference chair. So we are asking heads of department to support the chapter in getting those sponsorship, and also support your members in coming to the conference, which will be here at the Jamaica Pegasus, May 21st, 2026, right here, talk of the town. So we encourage members to support heads of department. We're looking forward, get your members engaged. As CAPSEC said, this is a time to show governance in action. And we, as members of the team, is encouraging members to put their work forward so that that action can be seen, highlighted, and reinforced. So I thank you, Chair, and conference committee members here to give me the opportunity to speak about the IAA. We are working hard for our members and to ensure that the benefit is a win-win partnership both for the members and the organization. So I look forward to your support, and we look for the members to engage in the discussion and show that governance in action. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Okay, so he said, register, participate, and engage, because he wants you to be a part of the bright future of the internal audit landscape. So does he have your commitment this morning? Yes, all right, no problem. So at this time, our keynote speaker, in the person of the Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, OJCD, is here with us, and I take pleasure in introducing him as he is about to present to us. The Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Patrick St. George Sykes, OJCD, is an outstanding Jamaican jurist and public servant who has rendered committed and dedicated service to the justice system for almost 40 years. Justice Sykes is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, where he pursued a Bachelor of Laws degree and certificate of legal education. He also holds a Master of Laws degree from the University of Wales, College of Cardiff, with an emphasis on intellectual property, international trade and transport, maritime law, and credit and security, with a dissertation on moral rights in intellectual property. Chief Justice Sykes entered the legal profession in 1986, and between then and 1988, he prosecuted in the Resident Magistrates Court, now Parish Court, while serving as Clerk of Courts. Chief Justice Sykes has articles published in West Indian Law Journal and Journal of Money Laundering Control, and has contributed papers or chapters in 2 books edited by Dr. Shazida Ali, namely Risky Business, Perspective on Corporate Misconduct, and Ethical Lawyer, Caribbean Perspective. He was sworn in as the 8th Chief Justice of Independent Jamaica on March 1, 2018. He is married to Dr. Annette Crawford Sykes, and together they have 5 children. Please put your hands together and receive our keynote speaker, the Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes.
Well, good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Hi. And thank you for the kind words. And let me apologize for being late. I know that my speech is to start at 9:45 and to go up until, I think, 10:20 or thereabouts. So the earlier start means that I have perhaps more time, but no, I won't do that. I won't interpret it that way. But I wanted to come early to hear from the financial secretary and from the cabinet secretary and so on, because I wanted to get a proper feel of what was happening and the theme and the ambience and so on. But unfortunately, for me, I couldn't be here because I teach at the law school on Wednesday mornings. So I have classes there in criminal practice and procedure from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. And this is every Wednesday morning during the school year. So that accounted for my late arrival this morning. So I apologize to you for that. Now, everybody here has a smartphone, correct? And everybody here has internet access, correct? So this is what we are going to be doing now. So you're going to be opening your browser, anyone, and you're going to be opening 3 windows. And what will be in these windows? One is Moselle, Jamaica Limited, against the Office of Utilities Regulation. It's a decision of the Privy Council. So that's one. The second one will be Act 9 of 2016 that concerns the Court Administration Division and the judiciary. And the third one will be the Jamaica Justice Reform Task Force report, otherwise known as the Chevrons report. So what are we going to be looking at now? So if you are there, so it's Moselle, Jamaica Limited, trading as Digicel, against meaning a V, small v, Office of Utilities Regulation, Everybody has found that? Right, and you're going to be going now to paragraphs 37, 39, and 40. And why is that important? Because we're going to be dealing with courage later on. And this is a case that I think every public servant should read and become very familiar, not just with the content and context, but with the name Winston Hay. Anybody remembers that gentleman? Who was he? Yes. Yes. Very important gentleman in our legal landscape. He's immortalized in the reports there. And Act 9 of 2016, if you open that act, we're going to be looking at sections 3 and 5 of that act. It refers to the 15 and 56 of the Judicature Supreme Court Act. And then for the Jamaica Justice Task Force, Jamaica Justice Reform Task Force Report, it's paragraphs 147, 48, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, and the recommendation at 154. So keep those open. And I saw in the information the Minister of Finance. Oh, she's coming. How disappointing. I wanted her to be here. because I wanted to enlist her support, but to have the Financial Secretary here, so we'll convey the message to her, to convey to the Minister. But let me thank you for this opportunity to recognize the Cabinet Secretary, the Financial Secretary, and all other important and distinguished persons here. I wondered why, as a Chief Justice who had nothing to do with auditing at any kind, would be asked to speak at such a distinguished setting to important body of professionals who I say are the first seers, as in SEERS, and first responders on that lonely frontier of implementation of policy and of the political executive, and seeing that proper processes are followed. And regarding the use of public funds and or property owned by the government, by extension the people of Jamaica. So let me assure you that what I'll be saying has nothing to do with recent events. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to be speaking about them. But the fact of the matter is that what I say may very well cause you to think about these recent events. And in a conference on audit, by its very nature, at least other than the persons here, is not something that generates a lot of excitement that, sends the pulse racing and so on. It's not an inherently exciting thing, at least for non-auditors such as myself. And I also wish to make the point earlier on that you have an important and thankless job. It's almost like policing. You have the job of making the call when there's a violation or there's a culture of execution that engenders and enables breaches of the law, procedures, and policies. And so you may be thinking, for those of you who are biblically inclined, there were auditors around, in the Old Testament, not in the way that we have them and think of them in this gathering, but you had moral auditors. These are always these inconvenient people known as prophets who would turn up at very inconvenient times in people's lives. And, for example, we had Nathan the prophet who went to speak to David and, again, spoke to him about his moral failings and so on and so forth. But David's response, which is a response that perhaps you would like to see more frequently, was one of acknowledgement of culpability, confession, and making amends. And so that is the ideal response. And so in an ideal world, your job would be much easier. But the fact of the matter is that you live in a world inhabited more by King Ahab and Queen Jezebel. So they had a different perspective on life. And so they were, like David, were plotting to kill. And when David executed his act using the context of war, and he was confronted, he repented and accepted responsibility. Now, the response of King Ahab and Queen Jezebel was quite the opposite. They were saying, well, look here, we are going to get rid of you. And as she told the prophet, by tomorrow this time, you will be no more on this side of eternity. And so it is oftentimes is that kind of mentality that you are faced with as auditors. And so in the real world in which we live, we're going to come across more King Ahabs and Queen Jezebel than David's. It's unfortunate, but it's just a fact of life. And that is the context in which you work. And you're called upon to make difficult calls, difficult decisions all the time. And so keep in mind, Mr. Hay, we'll get to him when we come to speak about courage. Now, the government, you're part of the governance structure as well, in that you're seeing that we keep on the straight and narrow. And so the government doesn't just operate on money alone, it operates on trust. And trust is a very fragile currency, hard to earn, easy to lose, takes years to build, but one headline, one report, one lapse in oversight can shatter it. And when I speak of this, I'm speaking not just of the persons here, but also in the context of the judiciary. And just to make the brief point that the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature together make up the trinity, which is called the government. So we as the judges now, we apply the constitution, the statutes, the laws, and so on, by which you operate, because you pass the laws, but they have to be interpreted from time to time. And like us, you have to be committed to being independent of pressure, because judges have to be independent of pressure brought to bear from other arms of government and powerful private sector interests. Because, when we speak of separation of powers, we often put it in the limited context, limited but important context of lack of pressure from the other arms of government. But pressure can come from powerful private sector groups as well. And so, just as an aside here, it raises this question, happily the Financial Secretary is here now, whether, for example, courts should operate in buildings owned by private citizens, as is happening now down in Manchester and in the family court down in St. James. So the late Dr. Rattray, who was the Solicitor General of Jamaica, he was firmly of the view that the government should never be the tenant of a private citizen. And when the government is actively involved in the economy, then that becomes even a principle that is brought into sharp focus, because you never can tell when you and the citizen are going to end up in court. And then who knows, the citizen may decide that, I really need my building now for the expansion of my business. And so in Manchester, where the court is on a plaza, litigation has arisen involving the tenant, one of the tenants, and the owner of the plaza. So it couldn't be held there. The cases, one went down to St. Elizabeth and the other went down to the adjoining parish of Clarendon. But it again makes the point that you have to be independent both in word and deed, and the arrangements made for you institutionally, which will come from, you may have some concerns about that, because as I understand it, the Audit Commission no longer exists. You are now within the Ministry of Finance. Okay, but we'll come to that, and this is why in that context, Mr. Hay becomes of even greater importance. So you, like us, you have your core values to which you are committed. Fairness, accountability, impartiality, these are our core values now, but I don't think they're any different from yours. Integrity, independence, innovation, respect, commitment, communication, courtesy, accessibility, responsiveness. I don't know if auditors are empathetic, but we have empathy as a part of our core values. So this applies to you both in your professional capacity And you are our auditors, our in terms of the judiciary, in two capacities, because we have an internal audit unit within the judiciary, but you're also members of the public. So you audit us in that regard and let us know whether we are falling short or not. So you ensure that not only that the rules are followed, but the spirit of integrity continues to guide every transaction, every program, every decision. And so now the first window, Act 9 of 2016. So you're going to pull up Act 9 of 2016. And what you're going to see there is an entity referred to as the Court Administration Division. And this is part of referring to this, and as I said, I'm sorry that the minister isn't here, but I'm happy that the financial secretary is here because, you know, the budget hasn't yet been cast in stone for the 2025, 2026, 2027 financial year. So here we are now making my plea for the budget. But Section 56, which would be Section 5 of the statute that you have there, you will see it refers to the Court Administration Division. And what is this division? And this division was designed now, and this is now we are going to refer to the Jamaica Justice Reform Task Force report, paragraphs 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, down to 154. And both of them are connected in this way. When the Chevron report was completed in June 2007, he made a number, he meaning he representing the committee, made a number of recommendations, and one of them was for the court to have its own administrative support unit, to make it independent of the executive and to move away from the executive model of managing or providing support for the judiciary. That had a number of implications. One of them being, for example, when you look at same Section 5 and you will see it, Section 56.2, when it refers to the Supreme Court Act, you will see that the CAD has direction and control now for strategic planning, human resource management services, internal audit, risk management, finance and accounts, customer and client services, and maintenance of court facilities. And so this in part explains why we have a strategic plan, why we publicize it, and why we put the plan on our website in terms of the auditing now. So you will know what we say we are going to do over the next few years. And then over time, we report through our reports and so on as to whether or not we are actually fulfilling what we said we would do. It speaks to the Director and Chief Executive Officer of CAD under Section 15 there, but it's still in the statute there that you are talking. The 15 here refers to the Judicature Supreme Court Act, but it's in the statute that I told you to look at. You're all seeing it, yes? Yes? Yes. So, no, it's important for you to get this, because here we have now that the Director and CEO of the Court Administration Division is described as the accounting officer for the division for the purposes of the this is my test to find out whether they're actually looking at it, of the Financial Audit Administration Act. Yes. So she's actually designated the accounting officer. The other thing that I should tell you about that office is that the statute actually says that the Director of CAD shall receive such emoluments as are equivalent to those payable of the office of the Permanent Secretary. Yes. I had to bring this to your attention. So that's what the statute actually says. So why is this? Accountability. Because it's the whole idea of the judiciary being independent of the executive, not just to the irreducible core, because when we speak of judicial independence, the irreducible core is that the judge, him or her, to make decisions uninfluenced by extraneous persons, extraneous considerations. So if you're moving from the executive-driven model to one in which you're going to have more administrative independence, then it makes sense not only that you have a CAD, but that the head of CAD would be the equivalent, at least in monetary terms, of a permanent secretary, because you are now in charge of the administrative unit that provides support for the judiciary, independent of the Ministry of Justice. And so when you look through the legislation, there is only one point in which the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Justice is mentioned. There's no other mention of the permanent secretary there. So in terms of the day-to-day operations of the courts, the Ministry of Justice is excluded or not mentioned in the statute. So that is why it says the Director and Chief Executive Officer of CAD is responsible for the day-to-day supervision of the work and staff of the division. This is what the statute says. Now, we come to the accountability framework. This is where you come in now, and our internal auditors. It says that the Director of Court Administration may attend Parliament to provide necessary information to a committee of Parliament, but cannot be asked about exercise of judicial functions by a judicial officer. To prepare and submit to the Chief Justice an annual report on operations of CAD in such forms as required by the FAAA. And then all accounts and financial transactions shall be audited by the Auditor General, and those statements form part of the annual report. So that is the accountability mechanism. So in this accountability mechanism, nothing is really said about the Ministry of Justice yet. But what does it say now? It says the report on audited accounts to be submitted within 4 months after the end of the financial year to the minister with responsibility for justice. So this is the second point. Though I haven't said it before, this is the second point at which the minister is mentioned. And by extension, the Ministry of Justice. So when we talk about Act 9 of 2016, it's very fundamental legislation. So the judiciary then is to be operated independently, administratively, yes, operationally, financially, independent of the executive. So how do we get our money? The statute tells us we are supposed to prepare a budget and so on and all the other documents, and we submit it. That's what the statute is. I mean, these are not my words. It's in the statute. So have a look. So now, the other point at which the minister is mentioned now is when the statute came in, 3 areas of responsibility were retained by the ministry. 1, data, now with us. 2, provision of cars for the judges, now with us. 3rd, major capital works. But if you look at the structure of the statute, it contemplates that at some point that responsibility can be transferred. That's how the statute is drafted. It speaks about maintenance for the courts, major capital works for the ministry. But the question is, and this has been a never-ending debate, what about that space where it is really more than minor, but not quite major? Who's responsible for that? At least, needless to say, I take the response that we are responsible for it. And hence we have the financial secretary here now to say this is why now our budget will be increased accordingly to reflect what is intended by not just me, the Chevron's report, because this is designed to give effect to that report. And for those of you who are really curious now, and you're going to write to the clerk to the House of Parliament, and you're going to ask for that part of the Hansard, that, because I had to do this at one point, you ask for that part of the Hansard that deals with the passage of the legislation in the Senate and in the House. And when you read, it makes very fascinating reading. There was not a single dissenting voice. Everybody spoke in agreement with the legislation. So, where we are now is that the Chevron's report and that bit of legislation enjoyed bipartisan support from 2007. And the precursor to CAD was CMS, which was created administratively, but then it was decided around 2015 that because it was created administratively, it was still answerable to the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Justice. And so the decision was taken, no, that should be changed because it is not allowing the judiciary to be as independent as we want it to be. So here we are in 2016 now. So we have our internal audit department and we have our external audits. So I read about audit committees. So each committee member, I suggest, reads between the lines and they ask why, even when the why makes the room uncomfortable. So the law calls upon you to exercise what it calls care, diligence, and skill that a reasonable and prudent person would exercise. And that is expected even when unreasonable pressures are applied. So justice must not only be done, but be seen to be done. So too, in the world of audit, you need to do what you do, but it must also be seen to be done. Fairly, objectively, based upon the evidence. So you are the ones who make visible when the visibility makes others uncomfortable, even for the organization of which you are a part. And remember now, and this will have to be realistic, you may have a supervisor whose patron saint is King Ahab and not necessarily King David. It happens. This is the real world in which we live. And what do you do? And I suspect that when the Financial Administration and Audit Act was amended in 2023, and you are now getting rid of the Audit Commission and so on, which is an independent body, you may be wondering, my goodness, having read this now, and I'm now within the Ministry of Finance, how do I maintain my independence and so on? These are real and practical questions. Because the truth is, and I don't mean to frighten you, but globally, the sad story is that whistleblowers haven't really fared too well. That is just a statistical fact. But this doesn't mean that you don't do your job, and this is where courage comes in. Because you're operating a different structure, but you are still required by law to operate with integrity. You have to have the difficult conversations. You have to have the hard conversations. And so, you know, are working with a body known as the Internal Audit Directorate. And it is within, and it's in the ministry with responsibility for finance. So this is not a minor reorganization. It's a major shift. So I'm not here to question the wisdom or otherwise of it. It is what it is. So some may say some saw efficiency in the new arrangement. Others may have seen compromised independence because of the shift from being a body corporate to being wholly within central government. So this naturally raises concerns about the independence of persons doing the audit. Legitimate questions. And so we have the Cabinet Secretary who is here, who has a very significant role in all of this. We have the Cabinet Secretary, not an independent commission, who seems to now have a role in the recommendation for appointments and so on, and removal of audit committee members, correct? Yes? Correct? Yes. So now, the Internal Audit Directorate, as part of the Ministry of Finance, as I read the legislation, coordinates and supports your work. And it would seem to me, and this is just a record, and I'm not saying that Mrs. Sewell is, I've known her a long time, she's an honorable woman, but I'm just saying that in the context of what we are speaking now, the cabinet secretary now should have more in common with King David than with King Ahab and Queen Jezebel. And so the role of the cabinet secretary goes to the heart of accountability of our government actions, following good practice, conforming to standards, and of course, accounting for public funds. So you have a situation in which the Internal Audit Directorate must submit annual reports on audit committees' activities within 6 months of each financial year, and that I gather is by September, and that means that you must collect, analyze the information to meet this deadline, which really means that the entities that you have to relate to have to organize themselves to help you to meet that deadline. So it means that everybody has to become very, very organized, and the knock-on effect now is that this report goes to the Cabinet Secretary, who sends the report to each permanent secretary, and the relevant minister is required to table them in Parliament by December 31. That's what I read. So the pathway is clear, but you see now it goes through at one point the minister. Now, here is where now the law is your friend. So keep in mind, Mr. Hay, we're coming back to Mr. Hay. Section 33Q, it tells you that audit committee members and each member of staff of the Internal Audit Directorate shall, in the exercise of that member's function, act honestly and in good faith. This is now a statutory, not now, it was before the amendment, but it is now a statutory duty. So even though you're in a changed environment, this is the law that governs you. So what I'll say to you, as I say to young lawyers when they come and they say, they might be working in a particular place and persons come to them with strange requests. So I said, tell them, as a lawyer, you need instructions in writing. And if it is really strange, you will never see them again. And so it has turned out. So now, you have to act honestly and in good faith. So I would say to you, if you are given instructions and you are concerned, say, well, may I have this in writing? Nothing is wrong with having it in writing. A permanent form. After it is reduced to a permanent form, we can argue about the meaning. But when you have it in writing, you're not, the question of the content is eliminated. So endeavor to get things in writing, especially if directions are given to you that has an odd sound to it. So then, that is where you are. So what that raises then is what some people call the paradox of proximity. So you are now closer to government, but you must remain distant from its influences, having regard to what you do. You may report through political channels, but you must remain apolitical in judgment. You are housed within this new structure, but you must stand apart from its pressures. It is not a design flaw, because I say it's not for me to comment on the wisdom or otherwise. It is a design challenge, and meeting it requires understanding that independence is not about where you sit, but about where you stand in the mind, thought, and action. And you cannot do what you don't think. You cannot rise above your mindset and your thoughts. So, when I went to a function down in Montego Bay, a doctor was retiring from Cornwall Regional. And for the first time, I heard the expression jellyback. So I was wondering, what in heaven's name? Yes, well, I'm still young. What does jellyback mean? So, happily, we are in the days of ChatGPT. So I looked it up on ChatGPT, and it says a jellyback person is a colloquial Jamaican expression referring to someone who lacks backbone, figuratively speaking. It describes a person who is weak-willed, easily influenced, unwilling to stand up for their principles. In Jamaican parlance, to say someone has no backbone as a jellyback is to say they bend with the breeze. They will agree with whoever is speaking, avoid confrontation, and generally lack moral courage or firmness of character. Is the opposite of being stout-hearted or firm like rockstone. In a leadership or ethical context, a jellyback person fails when integrity demands resistance or independence of thought. This phrase carries both humor and scorn, a reminder that spine and conscience are non-negotiable assets in public life. And so that is the critical thing for auditors now, whether internal or external, or even just outside of the situation of auditing, but just life generally. So if you're afraid of stepping on toes, you're already limping. If you lack courage and an independent mind, you have already, in my view, respectful view, become useless and ineffective. Then the job is not for you. We have to, not necessarily because you're a bad person, you know, but some jobs require certain characteristics. And if you really deep down, you search yourself in your heart of hearts, and you say, boy, I can't do that, then you must do the honorable thing and say, you know, I need to find somewhere else to work, because this is what the job requires. You have to make hard decisions, unpopular decisions. And so if you're a jellyback, then your place is elsewhere. It is not a job for the spineless. Your first loyalty is to the public as manifested in the legislation. Act with integrity, not to personalities. Now, the cabinet secretary may have a say in your appointment, but so your independence then, just as critical then as it is now. So the 2023 amendments didn't remove the need for independence. They personalized it. And so independence is no longer institutional. It is also individual. So it is said that you will have better coordination, faster response to audit findings, more integrated financial management, and so on and so forth. So those are opportunities. But there are also dangers. What are the dangers? To write the findings in such a way that you're really wondering what the person is really saying. But what are they really saying? Are they saying this or are they saying that? You don't know. So reluctance to criticize those who oversee you. Then you have self-censorship now. So nobody says this to you, but you begin to say, boy, you know, you need to rephrase this paragraph here to make it sound a bit more palatable. You know, tone it down a bit, you know, use a bit more ambiguous language, you know, to give yourself the wriggle room in case you're attacked. So it's a demanding job. Requires courage. And so structures create context, but character determines results. And when internal pressures mount, when you're close to power, the temptation to compromise is great. But the temptation is not the problem. And I mean, if you read the Bible, the problem is not the temptation, you know. The problem is the response to the temptation. So how do you respond? And that is the challenge that you have in the new framework. So every dissent, every concern, every recommendation, you know, put it in writing. Minutes are not just records, you know. It's evidence of your integrity, because that may very well be your saving grace when crunch time comes. So Right and right and right. And remember now, sound and good ethical judgment has no retirement age. It is still alive and well and still needed today. So your reports ultimately end up in Parliament. It's part of accountability to the public of Jamaica. So this is why it is important that your reports be thorough, your reports be accurate, the reports be fair and balanced. And so you are here now. But what about the future? 5, 10, 20 years down the road? New auditors will come along. Some of you may be retired. So you mentor. Take young professionals under your wing. Show them that integrity is not just possible but essential. Advocate for training, particularly training that emphasizes sound ethics all the time. So, policy cannot replace integrity. And acting honestly is what you do when no one is watching, or when the person watching cannot overrule you. So you have to model that behavior. Laws don't create integrity, they only codify it. So the real ethical test comes in those moments when you're under pressure. Sometimes the pressure is self-induced, because we come to conclusions about people even though the persons have not said anything to us. So my final thoughts, I'm finishing within my time, in that both judges and auditors are bound by a shared oath to uphold the truth without fear, favor, malice, or ill will. So the judge goes to King's House and so on, and they're appointed and they're sworn to uphold the laws, usages, and practices and Constitution of Jamaica. Your process may not be as elaborate, but nonetheless, you are required to uphold the laws, usages, and good practice in your field. You bring justice, fairness, and trust to public life. So the 2023 amendments may have restructured your environment, but they really have no impact on your integrity and your commitment to upholding the highest ethical standards. And so, the 2023 amendments change the structure, but you have to preserve the substance. They reorganize the framework, but you must maintain the mission. They brought you closer to power, but you must stand firm on principle. And so just before I close now, we're talking about Mr. Hayes. So you found the judgment? Yes? Yes. So now, what was interesting there, paragraphs 37, 39, and 40. What was interesting there, and I think I closed it down before I should have, but let me bring it up nonetheless. And so because Mr. Hay was, as we know, was the gentleman at the OUR, and he received some instructions. As I said, I'm not getting into the wisdom or otherwise of the instructions, but the point to be made from it when you get down to paragraph 37 is that he found the instructions strange, to say the least. And he was saying that the instructions were contrary to what the law said. And The matter ended up in court, went to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, and at paragraph 37, this is what their lordships had to say. There was some debate before the board as to whether the power given by Section 6 of the Act is to be equated with the power to give guidance in lake and areas. That's a British case. The board did not find this debate helpful. The scope of the power conferred by the minister by Section 6 can readily be deduced by the terms of the section itself. The section provides for directions to be followed by the OUR in the performance of its statutory functions. Functions includes duties. Thus, a direction must be one. Notice now, there are two critical sentences. The direction must be one that it is possible for the OUR to follow in carrying out its duties under the Act. Final sentence, a direction that prohibits the OUR from carrying out those duties cannot lawfully be made by the minister. So no auditor is under any obligation to follow any direction that is contrary to your statute. So that is why you need to become aware of the terms of your statute. Because in terms of sources of law, in our legal system, the highest source of law is the Constitution. Second, Act of Parliament. Third, regulation. Fourth, judicial decisions. That is the hierarchy. So if you receive directions and when you look in the statute, it's not there. You have to stand your ground because the law, the statute, is the source of your authority. Now, let us go down now to paragraph 39. Performing these functions was of the essence of the OUR's role as a regulator. The minister had stated that he intended to, quote, rethink the role of the OUR in telecommunications, unquote. He had done precisely that and sought by the direction to emasculate OUR's statutory function in relation to interconnection. So that was the pronouncement of the Privy Council, not me making up these things. And so, at paragraph 40, the Privy Council concluded, for these reasons, the Court of Appeal was correct to hold that the minister's direction was ultra vires. So, Mr. Hay was vindicated. That's the point, you know, as a public servant. So, Mr. Hay could not be described as a jellyback man in any shape or form. He stood his ground and it litigated right up to our highest courts. And so that is when we talk about courage now. Because if you picture it, it must have been a lonely space. Because the easiest thing to do would have been to say, boy, let me just comply with the directions and who is going to be the wiser? Because until it came to court, you know, there are not many people who would have known about this. But he stood his ground and wasn't afraid of the consequences, whatever they may be. And so that is what we mean by courage. It doesn't mean the absence of fear, you know, but it's doing the right thing, even when you're anxious and fearful. And that is really what being an internal auditor is about. At its core, yes, you have the technical skills and so on and so forth. But if you lack courage, then this job really isn't for you. So, those are my few words. Thank you very much.
Solid few words indeed. Sorry, I'm sure that you will agree with me that Chief Justice used appropriate anecdotes and statutes to guide you in your execution, yes, of your roles and responsibilities. And for those of us who are called as the modern day Nathans here today, you were admonished, you were beseeched. Let me tell you what you were admonished and beseeched to do. You must execute with trust, accountability, independence, and courage. But otherwise, he summed it up to say, you must not be a? You must not be a? So hashtag that on your timelines there for me. So you do have an honorable public responsibility that must be exercised with care, fairness, and objectivity. And one of the things that stood out to me is that he encouraged all of you to replicate yourselves. And this comes through one word. It begins with what? M. Mentoring. Yes, you must replicate yourselves, because after you retire, you want to ensure that the good work of audit is being continued and it's being carried on. So you want to leave a legacy, right? So I really want to thank Chief Justice for his timely presentation here today, and I'm sure that we all benefited from it. Can you put your hands together again for him? So we are moving right along with our program for today, and I will be introducing our next presenter, who is here in the person of Odine White, JP. So Mr. Odine White is the Chief Risk Officer at the Bank of Jamaica and founder CEO. All right, so we're going to recoil and start over. So I now want to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Favour Williams, MP, Minister of Finance in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. And she will be coming at this time to address us. Can you put your hands together for her?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. God is good. All the time. Awesome. He woke us up this morning, clothed us in our right minds, gave us journeying mercies to be here today. God is good all the time. So let me begin by acknowledging our Chief Justice, and it's great to be here with you, Chief Justice. I'm so sorry I was not at the beginning of your remarks. I was not present at the beginning of your remarks. This morning I had to give remarks at the Jamaica Stock Exchange 21st conference to talk about all the work that we need to do to recover from Melissa, that Category 5 hurricane that hit us, and to see how the private sector can be crowded in to help us to get some of this work done. It can't all be government. We have to enlist our private sector as well. So let me acknowledge CAPSEC, the Honorable Audrey Sowell, our Financial Secretary, Miss Darlene Morrison. Sorry, Darlene, I'm marrying you off. Deputy Financial Secretary, Mrs. Hope Blake, all our permanent secretaries who are here, other distinguished guests, distinguished members of the audit committees, esteemed presenters, ladies and gentlemen, partners in governance, good morning. It is truly an honor to stand before you at the Government of Jamaica Audit Committees Conference 2025, 2026. It's 2025, I was correct? Oh, I am told it was just delayed. So you still have one in the back, right? This is a gathering that continues to shine as the flagship event for public oversight and accountability in our region. For over 17 years, this conference has united some of the most committed, principled, and motivated leaders in public financial management. This annual conference, as you know, has played a defining role in strengthening public governance, offering a dedicated space for audit committees across central government to deepen their expertise, reflect on emerging challenges, and elevate the standards of accountability and performance within the public sector. Today, we continue that tradition, but with renewed purpose and an even greater call to action. This year, we come together under the powerful theme, Governance in Action, Strengthening Trust, Risk Oversight, and Resilience. And I want to let you know that this theme is not merely a collection of words. It's a declaration, a statement of who we are as public servants and who we must continue to be. It reminds us that governance is not passive. It is action. It is leadership. It is responsibility carried out with courage and conviction. And I listened keenly to the Chief Justice. This year's theme captures the essence of what our audit committees are called to do in this dynamic era of national development. It recognizes that governance is not simply a framework or a set of processes. It is a living system that demands vigilance, competence, and decisive action. It is through the work of audit committees that principles of responsibility, transparency, and stewardship are translated into real, measurable outcomes that benefit citizens and support Jamaica's long-term development pathway. As audit committee members, your work directly supports the achievement of the goals and outcomes of Vision 2030. And I'm going to pause here because I know we are like that close to Vision 2030. Don't you think it was a long way off when we started? A long, long way, right? But here we are. 2026 is only 4 years. 4 years left. Your role is central to ensuring that public institutions operate with integrity, credibility, and consistency, reinforcing the trust that underpins the effective functioning of government. And I have to tell you, when I was named the Minister of Education and Youth and Information at the time, and I got to the Education Ministry. I don't know if we have a PS here from Education or anybody else. I found out that the appropriations accounts were behind for whatever reason. And I have to tell you, I was bothered, I was troubled by that. As a person with a financial background, it did not sit well with me. I know that the work to bring those accounts up to date would be long and hard, many hours. But you know what? We started on a process. We started, and we maintained that process. I didn't stay at the ministry long enough to see the completion, but I followed it, even from where I am at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. And I know that a lot of progress has happened. Many of those appropriations accounts were audited and signed off on. I'm just telling you this story because a lot of times When persons look at politicians, I know some things that come to their mind, rightly or wrongly. But this is one politician that truly understands the role of auditors, the importance. I'm a chartered financial analyst. I had to take exams and pass, and one of the things we had to study for was ethics. Long, deep study. And so I understand the work that you do, the resistance that you may get sometimes. I heard the Chief Justice call, and I support that. It might not be comfortable because we are under, we meaning as the political directorate, we are under a lot of pressure to deliver for the people of Jamaica, not for ourselves, for the people of Jamaica. And sometimes, let's say many times, it appears to us that things are taking way too long. And unless you're standing in our shoes, you cannot imagine the pressure that comes to bear because people want to get things done and move on with their lives. And we're saying to them, we have to go through this process. We have to go through the procurement process. We have to do this. We have to do that. I'm not offering that as an excuse, but just to give you a perspective as well from this side, from where we stand. But we know that at the end of the day, government rise and fall on their credibility. And so we have to learn to navigate that space with the persons who are demanding, and rightly so, whatever the resources are that are due to them in a timely manner. So again, your role is central to ensuring that public institutions operate with integrity, credibility, and consistency, reinforcing the trust that underpins the effective functioning of government. Trust, however, cannot be strengthened through intention alone. It grows when risk oversight is robust, when systems operate with discipline, and when institutions demonstrate resilience in the face of change, uncertainty, or disruption. And this is where your leadership becomes indispensable. Audit committees function not only as reviewers of compliance and controls, but as strategic partners that help entities identify vulnerabilities, anticipate risks, and bolster resilience. When you fortify risk management, enforce financial reporting, improve internal controls, and reinforce corporate governance structures, you move public entities from a reactive stance to a proactive posture. And through this proactive posture, you help ensure that government programs deliver real and sustained value to the people of Jamaica. So even though many of you may not be the primary reporters on Vision 2030 targets, your oversight responsibilities help determine whether ministries, departments, and agencies are positioned to execute their mandate effectively. Understanding your organization's role within the medium-term socioeconomic policy framework, which is a main mechanism for advancing Vision 2030, is therefore not optional. It is essential. Every risk assessed, every control strengthened, and every governance recommendations implemented contributes to the wider national agenda. So today's environment reminds us that resilience is not built in moments of crisis. It is built over time through consistency, strong oversight, and continuous improvement. Your presence here today demonstrates your commitment to that ongoing journey. But today, this work takes on an even deeper meaning. As a nation, we're still emerging from the devastating impact of Hurricane Melissa. Communities were battered. Infrastructure was compromised, and many families were displaced. I'm sure each of us in here knows someone who is still suffering, someone who hasn't been able to pick up the pieces just yet. Yet, in the midst of destruction, something powerful emerged: the strength and resilience of the Jamaican people. The will to rebuild when broken, the strength to rise when tested, the resilience of Jamaicans that refuse to be defeated. And this is where your role becomes even more critical. Because the work of rebuilding Jamaica is not only physical, it's structural, financial, institutional, and deeply rooted in governance. Strong oversight ensures that recovery funds are well managed. And I know yesterday before I went to Parliament, because I was presenting on a bill and you never know what the questions are, I made sure to find out how much was in that Support Jamaica fund. Was any of it used? No. So that I could report on it if asked. Strong oversight ensures that recovery funds are well managed, that reconstruction efforts are transparent and accountable, and that public confidence remains firm during and after the rebuilding process. So as we stand at this pivotal moment in our nation's journey, I want to leave you with this truth. Jamaica's recovery in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa will be strengthened because of the work that you do, each and every one of you do, every day. And your leadership all contribute to the rebuilding of a stronger and more resilient nation. I know that sometimes in the course of your work, it probably doesn't feel like it. Probably doesn't feel like you're building. But I say to you, do not get weary. Continue to do the work for which you are tasked. Every risk you identify, every system you strengthen, and every decision you help to shape becomes part of the foundation on which Jamaica rises again. You are not simply members of audit committees. You are partners in national renewal. You're guardians of public trust and essential architects of the Jamaica, all of us, the Jamaica that we are building together. And so I challenge you, lead boldly, serve faithfully, and act decisively. Let your work reflect the Jamaica we are determined to restore: stronger, safer, more resilient, and more united than ever before. As we move forward with renewed purpose, let us strengthen trust, sharpen oversight, and fortify resilience across every level of government. Because when government is truly in action, when accountability is visible, and when our institutions stand firm even after the storm, Jamaica does not merely recover. Jamaica rises, Jamaica progresses, and Jamaica shines. May this conference ignite your passion and strengthen your resolve as we continue building a public sector that inspires confidence and delivers excellence for every citizen of our beloved nation. Thank you, and may God continue to bless you and bless Jamaica. Strong, resilient, rising again, land we love. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for that reassuring address. At this time, we're moving into the first thematic presentation for today's session. And Mr. Odin White, who will be our presenter, is the Chief Risk Officer at the Bank of Jamaica and the founder CEO of Risk Institute of the Caribbean Limited, a consultancy firm that provides curated risk management products and services to individuals and organizations. With a career spanning over 2 decades in the public and private sectors and academia, Mr. White is a transformational leader who has a wealth of knowledge and expertise in risk management, policy development, and strategic planning. A proud graduate of the University of the West Indies Mona campus, Mr. White holds several international certifications in corporate leadership, risk, and financial management. Throughout his career, he has held several senior leadership positions at leading local and international financial institutions. He is passionate about and actively involved in mentoring, equipping others to navigate and flourish in an increasingly complex and rapidly changing world. Mr. White is a sports enthusiast who enjoys spending quality time with family and friends. He is a justice of the peace, a pastor, teacher, a husband, and a father. Please receive Mr. Odin White.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I would like to acknowledge the Honorable Minister of Finance. I don't know how I follow that. And Mr. Chief Justice, sir, thank you for having me. And I think this presentation that I will be making is, although a bit technical, it's very important for audit committees, in my view, to understand the importance of managing risk using enterprise risk management methodology. So that's really what I'll be talking about. And I just want to reference something that the minister just said about the importance of good governance. The truth is, good governance doesn't just happen. It's a deliberate process of doing the right things in the right way. And critical to that is managing risk in a very proactive and appropriately calibrated way so that organizations can be successful in achieving their objectives. So the presentation, I don't know if you'll have. Okay. All right, great. So it's in front of me, so I don't have to. So the sentiments expressed in this presentation are mine, and they're not reflective of nor associated with the Bank of Jamaica. I just need to make that disclaimer. Very important. All right. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is the environment that we're operating in. How many people recognize that risk management has a lot to do with understanding the environment in which we operate in? All right? And over the last 5 years or so, organizations globally have been faced with increasingly volatile, everybody say it to me, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous conditions. And these 4 features of the environment can be encapsulated in the acronym VUCA. And this is a term that has emerged recently in strategic planning circles to describe the chaos that we see happening in our environment. I mean, from natural disasters, cyber attacks, incidents of breaches of governance, fraud, corruption, you name it. A lot of things happen that keep persons like myself in these positions awake at night, and certainly should keep all the committees awake at night as well. For the purposes of this presentation, we will assume that sustained volatility in interest rates, which is one type of VUCA condition, more extreme or intense weather patterns due to climate change, rising geopolitical and geoeconomic conflicts and fragmentation, and an elevated cyber threat landscape, generally have an overall negative impact on an organization's net income, or more precisely, profitability. Now, whilst government agencies are not necessarily profit first in their objectives, there is an expectation that you have to demonstrate that you can cover your expenses and contribute to the well-being of the consolidated fund. All right? So that's the context in which we're going to look at risk management. And this is just a pictorial view of what I spoke about just now. So market risks emanating from market volatility, disaster risks emanating from climate change, natural disasters, economic risks emanating from geoeconomic fragmentation, and cybersecurity and data privacy risks emanating from cyber attacks and data breaches, all contribute to this downward pressure on the financial performance of organizations like the ones that you oversee. And what that leads to, potentially, if it's not managed properly, is disengaged or demotivated staff, or dissatisfied and disgruntled customers or stakeholders. And that ultimately, as I said before, impacts your profitability in the long run. Now, I think one of the things that we also recognize in the environment is that the risk landscape in particular has evolved over the last 3 to 5 years. Well, I'm using 3 years here. So in 2022, according to risk.net, which is sort of the global expert on organizational risk, their top 5 from their perspective looked like this: IT disruption, theft and fraud, talent risk, geopolitical risk, and information security risk. Just 3 years later, in 2025, that has evolved to where information security is now the top risk. Then you have IT disruption, change management, resilience risk, and that speaks to resilience to natural disasters and other kinds of disruptions to operations, and of course, third-party risk. And I want to highlight specifically resilience risk, because resilience has emerged as well as an important aspect of the organizational goal, which is to remain resilient, not just to anticipate risk events, but to be able to respond in an appropriate way to preserve the business and remain a going concern. And audit committees definitely will have a role to play in ensuring an organization's resilience. So I'm going to show you, well, first of all, let's ask a threshold question. How can audit committees provide effective oversight of risks at MDAs via the enterprise risk management approach amidst the prevailing VUCA conditions and the evolving risk landscape? So that's a question that should keep you as audit committee members up at night. So I'm going to try and help you to sleep better going forwards. So the motivation, of course, is that the role of the audit committee under the FAA Act has expanded to include oversight of risk management, among other things. There's also the fact that the government of Jamaica has adopted an enterprise risk management approach by way of the promulgation of the ERM policy in 2019. So the purpose of the presentation really is to demonstrate the practical application of ERM, particularly in relation to the management of operational and strategic risks within the agencies that you oversee. And I'm going to use a hypothetical MDA to demonstrate this. Let's call them the Jamaica Collections Agency. Are we in agreement? All right. And we're going to call it JACA for short. So JACA is one of the government of Jamaica's principal receivers of revenue and is responsible for collecting a variety of duties, taxes, and fees on imported items. The operations of JACA are of strategic importance to the funding of the national budget, with the JACA collecting approximately 40% of the national tax revenue annually. Core mandate of the organization is to optimize the government's revenue collection capabilities, thereby enabling sustainable growth and development. So your role as audit committee members is exactly that, regardless of the agency that you have oversight of, to enable sustainable growth and development through the agency that you oversee. Now, the key strategic imperatives for this hypothetical agency is to modernize collections administration for sustainable contribution to development, to improve the effectiveness of the implementation of key policies, projects, and administrative services, and to advance the achievement of the organization's goals and objectives. Now, the key drivers of risk, and we're going to talk about what drivers are in a little bit, would be things like, for strategic initiative number 1, when you talk about modernize, you have to now think about emerging technologies and artificial intelligence, digital transformation, increasing customer demands on ICT service providers, elevated cybersecurity threat landscape. So anytime you're talking about modernizing, you have to consider emerging risks associated with emerging technologies. And we're going to say, for example, that the risk tolerance, which you will oversee as well as the audit committee, is medium. All right? Let's use medium as an example. The others have to do with, for example, improving effectiveness and implementation of key policies requires people. And a lot of the times, government agencies have a hard time recruiting experts, professionals with the right skills and competencies to drive these policies and implementation of projects. So what you have to consider is the scarcity of talent. The private sector is able to pay better, so they're going to more than likely be able to recruit the talent first. It's a supply-demand phenomenon, right? Tight labor market conditions, that's a global phenomenon, not just in Jamaica. The rapid pace of change and evolution in the financial services sector, and persons being able to keep abreast with that in terms of their skills and qualifications. And we're going to assume as well that the risk tolerance here is medium. Tolerance meaning that we're willing to accept a medium level of risk for this particular vulnerability. And then finally, geopolitical conflicts, heightened market volatility, high inflation, possible economic downturn and shocks, like what we saw the other day with Hurricane Melissa, and your ability to have robust and future-proof strategies that will drive the objectives of the organization, regardless of these shocks and disruptions. And as part of your mandate, as audit committees, you will have to oversee the risk framework of the organization. So I would like to introduce to you a contemporary enterprise risk management framework for this entity. So there are 4 phases or 4 components to the framework: the approach to risk management, the governance of risk, the culture within the organization in terms of their ability to practice and implement risk management principles and standards, and also the philosophy. Now, one can interpret this as a cyclical phenomena because you're always going to have to be reviewing your approach. You're always going to have to be reviewing your governance arrangements. And we're going to focus on those 2 today. And the truth is, risk management, particularly enterprise risk management, is never a static issue. It's always going to be dynamic, always subject to review, and to the extent that the audit committees are equipped with the skills and the expertise to make sure that your framework for your entity is fit for purpose, this is the sort of framework that you will have to adopt. So we're going to talk about the approach, and that approach really is managing risks in a holistic fashion relative to the firm's risk appetite, using well-established tools, methods, and frameworks. And then the governance segment of the framework talks about providing effective oversight of risk through a top-down and a bottom-up perspective. So you're the top-down, right? And then your job is also going to be to ensure that management is implementing those policies and procedures that you have approved from the ground level up. So it works both ways. You set the tone, you set the framework, and then you ensure that management is held accountable to implementing those on the ground level. So this is the popular ISO 31000 standard that governs risk management. I believe that this should be at the heart of your Government of Jamaica ERM policy, because this is what enterprise risk management emanates from. So I've actually divided it into two pillars. So the first pillar, which looks at the scope, context, and criteria, the risk assessment, and the risk treatment of the aspect of the framework, would be really to ensure that organizations get a better understanding of their risks. Now, when you're implementing ISO 31000, you have to know that, again, it is an ongoing, dynamic process. So every year, for example, you should be looking at your risk register. You should be looking at whether or not some of those risks are still relevant, if there are other risks that should be added to it, if the ratings on those risks have changed over time. And then once you understand that dynamic, once you have an understanding of your risk profile, then it leads me now to pillar 2, which is where you can now monitor and review those risks, record them and report on them to the board, and communicate and consult with different stakeholders, staff, consultants, the minister herself, and express to her and to cabinet, if called upon, what are the key imperatives from a risk management standpoint at any point in time. So even though the framework is looking like it's a static, kind of in a box framework, it is really evolving and ongoing. So pillar 1 has to do with understanding risk. Pillar 2 has to do with managing the risk. And how many people recognize that you can't manage something that you don't understand? I have 3 daughters. This is a sidebar. And each of them has their own unique peculiarities. And for me to manage them, I have to understand those peculiarities. And it's the same way with risk. If you don't understand your risk, you can't manage it. So when implementing or operationalizing the framework, I'm suggesting that JACA take this approach. The risk identification and analysis phase is requiring of you as audit committees to focus not just on the outcome of risk or the symptom, if you want a more colloquial term, but the drivers, which I mentioned before, and the sources of risk. What are the drivers? The drivers are the conditions that can cause the risk to materialize. Okay? So for example, cyber risk. What causes cyber risk? The criminals that are ongoingly and constantly looking for ways to trick your staff members to clicking those links, those suspicious links, so that they can penetrate your database. That's a driver. A driver is an external force that is imposing conditions to cause risk to occur. The sources of risk is where it's emanating from within the organization. So having understood the drivers, now you need to understand your internal vulnerabilities. Staff are not trained to identify these suspicious links, so they're going to click them. That's a source. So how you mitigate that? You train the people and you ensure that they're held accountable to not clicking suspicious links. And then, of course, the outcome is the easy part. When you get a cyber attack and you can't access your system, and those things can disrupt workflow and you lose productivity hours, and eventually you might have to pay a ransom to get your system back. Those are the manifestations of bad risk management. So one of the methodologies or techniques that is used to operationalize this phase of the framework is called a bow tie analysis technique. Now, before I go on the next slide, how many people can tell me why it's called a bow tie analysis technique? Because, say that again? Because it's shaped like a bow tie. You're absolutely right. There's the bow tie for you. You see, this is easy, risk management is easy. All right, so on the left, you have the drivers, which are the inherent risks, the forces that are constantly trying to cause risk to materialize. And then right after that, you have the preventative controls, which is the more, I would say, defensive or proactive aspect of the framework. So you can have things like firewalls. So I'm going to focus on cyber right throughout in the interest of time. Firewalls, anti-malware software, and those, once they're working properly, should prevent, and that's a big should prevent the occurrence of cyber attacks. The sources of the risk for this purpose is ICT disruptions or cyber attackers. The mitigating controls would include putting in place information security policies, training your people, and also establishing monitoring tools, automated monitoring tools. And there's a thrust now where organizations are using AI, artificial intelligence, to supplement their monitoring tools and defense mechanisms. And I'm sure you'll hear more about that in the presentation to come. And then the outcome here would be successful data privacy or cybersecurity breaches. Now, the key to this technique is that you move from the center, so you start with the sources of risk, because how ERM works is that we manage risk based on its source, not its outcome. So it's almost like you're doing a forensic analysis. You want to identify where in the organization could the risk materialize, and you start there. You fix there. Once you fix the root cause or the source, then the outcome will take care of itself. So we start from the center and we go from left and from right outwards. All right. Now, when evaluating the risk, which is the other part of remember the pillar one, understanding assessing the risk. Evaluating the risk, people should really focus on both the impact, potential impact, and likelihood of the risk occurring, as well as the controls that are in place. A lot of organizations, unfortunately, pay too much attention to the controls without understanding what the potential impact and likelihood of occurrence of the risk is. And on the flip side, some organizations focus so much, because they're driven by fear, about the potential impact and likelihood of the risk occurring, that they don't pay attention to the controls, the internal controls. And as audit committee members, your job is to make sure that the internal controls are robust and that they're reviewed periodically and that they have what they're supposed to have in terms of effectiveness. So this is something that you should bear in mind as audit committees when you're reviewing those risk reports that come up to you every quarter or so. And this is just the rubric that we use to interpret, what is likely, rare, possible. And then on the controls now, you look at robust, good, satisfactory, weak. So you have to define, your framework must explicitly define what does satisfactory look like in terms of your controls. Some control inefficiencies have been identified but are not considered to present a serious risk exposure. Improvements are required to provide reasonable assurance that their objectives will be achieved. And we give it appropriate scores and so on. I won't bore you with this, but this is just how you put the framework into effect. All right? And then this now would be like the outcome of that assessment. Right? So the findings from the risk evaluation can be represented in a risk register, which is something that you should have as a staple as part of your toolkit. And we said we're going to focus on cyber. So for example, the first risk identified, data loss or breach due to. So data loss or breach is the outcome. So when you're defining risk, you do it in phases. You start with the outcome, which is the data loss or breach. Due to is pointing to the cause. Major cyber attack or privacy incident. Software failure. Data compromise. Software integrity issues, or IT disruptions or failure. So you start with the outcome, but you zero in on the cause. And the cause is what you will focus on when putting in your controls or strengthening your controls. So we've assessed this risk as high, residual rating of high, and the residual rating is just the amount of risk that is left over after you've put in place controls to treat with the inherent risk. So the inherent risk is extreme, 20. The control was assessed as weak because the design and documentation was found to be wanting. And so in your treatment plan, you need to treat with the design and documentation in the context of your susceptibility to a major cyber attack. So I'm pointing back to the source to give you an idea of how to treat with the vulnerability here. And the hope is that once you get this treatment plan in place, that residual risk rating of high should come back down to about medium, which is your risk appetite. All right. And the treatment plan is really just deciding how you want to proceed. Conventionally, you have to decide if you are going to accept, avoid, mitigate, or transfer the risk. So that's a decision point that management will have to take, and audit committees will have to hold them accountable to ensuring that they take whatever decision they're taking is within the framework guidelines. Then, after you've made a decision, if the decision is to mitigate, then you need to develop an action plan. That action plan should be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. That spells SMART. Any action plan that you're developing must satisfy those 5 criteria: specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. And then number 3 is the desired outcome. For residual risk to be within the risk appetite is your ultimate goal. So if the thing is at high now, your goal is to make sure that the risk is controlled in such a way that when we do an evaluation of it again, in the future, 6 to 12 months' time, it is back within the medium range. And risk mitigation really just involves the implementation of actions to decrease the probability of risk occurring or to minimize its impact if it does occur. All right, so I'm going to leave that. This is just a sample treatment plan that you would develop and monitor. And if you notice, each of the activities has an owner. So in the case of the cyber risk, the owner is the Chief Information Officer, and the timeline for implementation of this plan is Q2. So that's time-bound. And then the treatment plan itself is to conduct failover, penetration, phishing scenario, and tabletop test exercises periodically, and that periodically is subject to resource availability and budget and so forth, but it should be done regularly, at least annually. That's the standard. 2, to do what? Identify and address gaps within the information security arrangements within the agency. So every year, this must be on the budget. So as audit and risk, as the audit committee, who may have sight of the budget before it is ultimately approved, your job is to make sure that there's budgetary provision for these things to happen. Right? That's the kind of dynamic and proactive management of risk we're talking about. Now I'm going to talk about the governance part. This is a nice part. And we're going to reference the 3 lines model. The 3 lines model is really the Institute of Internal Auditors rubric for good risk governance. And we're going to talk about what that looks like in terms of which staff members within the organization falls on which line. So high levels of risk awareness and a sound risk culture within an organization are achieved when staff members know and function in their designated roles and responsibilities. And guess what? The audit committee does have a role to play in the 3 lines model as well. The process of ensuring staff knows and functions in their roles and responsibilities is called risk governance. So your terms of reference, for example, should make reference to something like this. Ensuring that staff is equipped and that there's adequacy of personnel in the various business units to ensure that the risk governance process is unfolding and implemented in an effective way. So you need to look at staffing issues in the risk area, the risk management section. Some organizations, because of scaling issues and so on, they kind of tack on risk management to the strategy office or in the CEO's office, but they really should have a standalone risk unit, an independent risk unit that is looking at the risk from an independent perspective, right? And that person or that department should have reporting lines to either the CEO or deputy CEO, somebody who is adequately senior or appropriately senior to compel the business to take action where it is necessary to reduce the risk exposures. So let me just go through this quickly. This is what the 3 lines model looks like, and this is adapted from the Institute of Internal Auditors guidelines. So you have the governing body, which is where the accountability to stakeholders for organizational oversight takes place. The governing body role is to make sure that the process is of a high integrity, that there's transparency, and that there's leadership. The board sets the tone, always, right? You can't put the cart before the horse. The horse must go first. And I'm not calling anybody a horse. But you get the picture, right? You must set the tone. You are the governing authority, the governing body, and you must set the tone for risk management. That's why you're at the top. Then you have management, which comprises first line and second line. First line is really the business unit, right? And the second line is the subject matter expert on risk management. So that would be like the risk department, head of the risk department, and so forth. And then internal audit is the third line, and that is the one that provides independent and objective assurance and advice on all matters related to the achievement of objectives. So once you implement this, once you have this as an adoption in your organization, this was done in 2020 by the IIA. You see the note there. So this is not me. This is the IIA straight. Once you adopt this, or you take a decision to adopt this, then you're going to be held accountable to this. So we can break down the 3 lines model in a very tactical way, right? Because really and truly, the 3 lines model enables the institutionalization of a tactical, risk-based approach to pursuing strategic objectives. So if you truly adopt this and you do it properly, this is what should happen. The governing body sets the tone for risk strategy and oversees the risk appetite and the risk framework. Management, which is the first and second line together, operationalizes the risk strategy and the framework. And then the third line, which is internal audit, provides the assurance that the risk strategy and the risk framework are implemented properly. And the goal, ultimately, is to ensure that the agency's risk profile is within its risk appetite. So that is the goal and the compelling reason why you should adopt the 3 lines model. So where do audit committees fit? And this is just a snapshot of the 3 lines model in action. So first line, really, their role is to identify, anticipate, and manage risk in the course of business activities. The resources that they will require is the board approve the risk policies and frameworks. They need to have the expertise in building out and driving the risk assessment process. And they also it would be nice, not saying this is mandatory, but to have risk champions in their areas to keep them on their toes. So before auditors come and before the risk manager come, you have somebody in-house, in your department, in your business unit, making sure that the risk identification process is going, making sure that you review your risk profile every year, making sure that you're treating the risk as they arise so that you have little or no issues when the auditors come. And by the way, the audit committee is supposed to make sure that these things are in place because your ultimate goal is to oversee the risk management process. So first line has a role to play in risk management. Second line, they support first line in the identification of risk and conduct independent assessments, monitoring and reporting of these risks to the board and management. So you have things like service level agreements, you have analytical tools, knowledge and expertise in the bow tie technique, which we just saw was very useful, and also developing policies and frameworks aligned to international standards. COSO framework, which is a committee of sponsoring organizations, they have a set of ERM guidelines as well as ISO. And then third line, provide, as I said before, independent assurance that the risk framework and controls are sound. So the resources required there would be ensuring that the audit practices are aligned with the IIA, establish and review the IAD charter. So internal audit departments must have a charter that is reviewed and approved by the audit committee. And of course, ensuring that your audit plans are informed by the risk register. That's another way to infuse risk-based auditing as well. And then the governing body, your role now is to provide oversight of risk framework and the institutional arrangements, ensure adequacy and effectiveness of the internal control systems, and the resources that you will require to do this is to ensure you're operating by an established charter and terms of reference, and getting training, yes, getting training in enterprise risk management, the different types of risks, and how to interrogate and review the reports that come up to you. A lot of people get intimidated when they see all these charts and tables and metrics, but it is something that you have to embrace. We're in a new dispensation, and it's no longer if or but it is a must that you manage and oversee the risks in the organization so that, as the minister said, you can contribute to the growth and development of the country. So some of the key takeaways today is that the ability of the Jamaica Collections Agency, the audit committee, that is, to provide effective oversight of risk hinges on their ability. So I'm talking to everybody now. Pretend that you're on the JCA's audit committee. Your ability to constructively interrogate, challenge, review the organization's risk profile and their high-risk treatment plans. The management team should periodically discern and contemplate trends and patterns in the landscape and implement policies and frameworks and tools such as the bow tie analysis framework to help keep pace with the landscape. And unfortunately, we're always one step behind, especially with cyber risk. There's just no getting around it, right? So we have to keep pace. We have to keep reviewing and interrogating and challenging management to put in place the measures that they need to do to ensure that the risk is managed and contained effectively. And finally, the board and management team should prioritize implementing the 3 lines model as it supports effective oversight of the risks in the organization and promotes risk-based decision-making at all levels. So the answer to the question is that JACA should take steps to fully implement the RCSA's framework, or the bow tie analysis technique, which is a part of the RCSA's framework, and fully operationalize the 3 lines model. By the way, RCSA here, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, it stands for Risk Control and Self-Assessment. So every organization that is implementing ARM should use the Risk Control Self-Assessment framework, which embodies the bow tie analysis technique as the instrument of implementation. And with that, I thank you, and I hope there are no questions. But if there are, I will take them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir White. So just as he ended, are there any questions in the room? We have a roving mic that's been prepared. Should you have any questions? Any questions? No? Okay, wonderful. Put your hands together again for Mr. White. Indeed, you have been provided with the toolkit for integrating strategic and operational risks through the practice of enterprise risk management. And I'm sure you all took your notes, right? Good, wonderful. So now, as your moderator, I have a very big responsibility to mitigate against two major risks here today. The first one, decreased attentiveness, and the second one, increased hunger pangs. So at this time, I'm going to invite us all to move around a little bit. I'll have some background music playing, and there is a coffee station that's right over there. You're going to take a moment, 15 minutes, and you're going to have some coffee, as Jamaican people say, catch up your stomach, and let's come back as we engage today. I will allow for another 2 minutes for us to get settled so that we can reconvene our session for today. No, man, I know this is coming soon. In the lunch hall. Okay. All right. Yeah. So that way, right. All right. No problem. Okay. So now that we are all refreshed and are in high spirits, we are shifting gears to receive our next presenter. And I will be reading his profile as he gets ready to come to us. Our next presenter, Mr. Carl Berry, SP, is a Detective Superintendent of Police and an authorized financial investigator who has dedicated the past 30 years in service to country as a member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, JCF. As a detective, he has served in several areas within the Criminal Investigative Branch, CIB, and the Counter-Terrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch, CTOC. He is the current commanding officer for the Court of Inquiry. He holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of the West Indies Mona campus, a Master of Science degree in Forensic Psychology and Criminal Investigations from the University of Liverpool in England, and a Master of Business Administration with a focus on security and leadership studies from Delaware State University in the USA. He is currently a candidate at Liberty University, where he is pursuing a Doctor of Philosophy degree in psychology and strategic leadership. He has received training, mentorship, and accreditation from several of the world's leading police organizations in cyber crimes, human trafficking, economic crimes, anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, and other transnational organized criminal investigations. He is accredited as a financial investigator and trained anti-money mutual country examiner who was also appointed by the International Police Organization, Interpol, as a human trafficking expert, certified Interpol trainer, and a member of Interpol's Human Trafficking Expert Group. He has provided training and sensitization to different stakeholders on the local and international open circuit, managed several major transnational organized criminal investigations, and rescued over 101 vulnerable human trafficking victims inside and outside of Jamaica. He is a senior lecturer on the international open circuit, as well as a community person and sports enthusiast whose ultimate goal is to become a philanthropist. This evening, I ask that you receive Mr. Carl Berry, SP. Put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, or is it still morning? Great. I'm extremely nervous. So I'm seeking your assistance to help me over that hump. Fair enough? Indeed. I told my son not to write that document because it sets me up. And can you imagine after reading such a document for me to go into flop mode? You follow where I'm going? So please work with me. There are some words I still have not mastered the pronunciation of, and they are included in my presentation. Do you know anybody like that? Yes. So when I reach those words, I'll just ask you to pronounce them for me. Fair enough? Gracias. He created artificial intelligence. He was working with a group naturally, but he got the Nobel Peace Prize 2024. And in his speech, he said, and I'm not going to read the document, even though it's very short. There's also a longer-term existential threat. No, I couldn't manage existential until I did it in the bathroom just so that will arise when we create. Yeah, I went to practice the words I couldn't manage. So I've gotten that one, hopefully, or I'm working on it. Fair enough? Great job. When humans decide to create digital beings that are more intelligent than humans themselves. Now, this is this crazy serious part, because he developed it, and having developed the thing, he's now saying he's kind of worried for what this thing might become. Now, I listened to him in an BBC interview recently, and when they asked him what's the future of AI, he's saying that he's worried, but a little less worried now, because AI is so intelligent that AI may want humans to still be around. No, I'm not sure if you are worried yet, or how more worried you are, but AI is serious business. But I'm not going to dwell on the negative, because we have seen COVID and people have aligned it to 666, as you see in the Bible, and AI equally being aligned. I'm saying there are some positives. I won't be talking about the AI boyfriend or girlfriend, because you know that's trending, correct? Did you know that you have people who have succumbed to that? Indeed. So it's your function, and I'm just a participant in it. I'm trying to give my support, and it's arrow up, arrow down. Which one is arrow up, arrow down? I guess. I suspect I'll get it to work, right? Gradually. It's stuck. All right, so you'll work with me until this will work with me. Fair enough? And I'm sure AI is not interfering. So who is punching? Oh, seems like it's moving again. Okay. And you're just looking at AI. And it's your theme, and it's my topic. AI and cybersecurity, the next frontier for the Audit Committee. So I'm going to be talking directly to you, but definitely directly to all humans here. And I'm hoping that AI doesn't hear us. So we might pull that off. Fair enough? I got the invitation to come, and somehow I got the impression that 72 slides could fit in. But like you, I'm a praying person. Let's see how we do this. Unlike what others will say, my charge and direction to you, if I can be so audacious, is to never trust. Always verify. You may have heard trust, then verify. But I'm saying never trust. Always verify. So, it's the next frontier. So we are going to go on that journey across. I suspect at the end there might be questions, or like my brother did, hope there are none. The knowledge gap. I found this too because I asked AI. I was going to allow AI to do my presentation, but it would be a little risky because AI is smart. I may tell you that that's what it did. So there exists a massive chasm. One of the biggest barriers for individuals and firms and companies, and we could go on with the hands, is not knowing what you don't know. Brace yourself for what's coming. So the big question I want you to ask, and you can ask yourself or your groups, how can you begin to incorporate AI into your functions? Let's stop worried about the existential threat that we are expecting of this. I don't know what to call it. Let's continue to call it AI. But how can we use this? So let me ask the personal questions. And then I'll tell you after why I asked them, but I require answers from the tables. I can't touch Chief Justice table at all. Yeah, you know that. That's a serious risk one would not want to take yet. So I'll allow Chief Justice to adjudicate just in case. All right? Have you ever used AI? The answer is yes? Okay. And if I were to ask you what you use AI for, please don't tell me academic work. Because if you say yes to that, chances are you may be into some areas that requires adjudication. And you know there's a school out there that suggests that plagiarism should become something criminal. Because it interferes with one's intellectual property, doesn't it? And if intellectual rights are criminal, or you can get remedy from them, then chances are. So if you have used it, did you check to see if you had used it correctly? You said yes? I am not saying where the polygraph wires are, but I'm just saying that you just need, you know, I'm working with the responses. Fair enough? Good job. What else do you use AI to do? Create flyers? Okay. And the list goes on. But how many of you have used it for auditing purposes? And that's where we're going. Because we're saying that there's a new profession that AI has created that I want auditors to stop thinking about being displaced, but instead going for the bigger money in that area. And I'll tell you more about it. I'll send the invoice at a point. Easy. Focus on the problems that AI solves rather than anything else for now. And then you'll see all the positives coming at you. We have to be optimistic about it. Being pessimistic makes no real sense because AI is listening. So let's work with this thing to see if the thing can start working with us. Fair enough? If not, I don't know. But at the end of my presentation, there's a slide which will tell you us where we'll end up. So what really is AI? Because humans are renowned for using terms, terminologies, and things that they don't know about. So who wants to tell me? It's not school challenge quiz. There's no mark for being bright here. But who wants to tell me what it is? Or should I just tell? Okay. All right. AI means several things to different people. Sadly, there's no definition for it. Did you know? However, we have come to put some words, and chances are shortly we may come up with one. Technology that simulates human intelligence. But what does that mean? We continue. Some of its capabilities include automating tasks previously performed by humans. And this is where humans get scared. But AI has been around. It's not new. And my research points me to 1969. Oh, yes. But we'll discuss, because I'm not here to really teach AI, but just to show how you as auditors can use AI to benefit you and maybe strengthen the bottom line, your pocketbook. And remember, just tell me where to send the invoice. All right? Previously performed by humans such as accounting. Again, this is where accountants and auditors get worried. Tax, audit, data gathering, because that sounds like what you get paid to do. Correct? And here's something that can do it maybe better. And this thing doesn't send invoices, doesn't complain. Don't get worried about pressures, and may not be able to be displaced. Interesting days are ahead. But why worry when you can? So let's start praying. Why not? In carrying out our task, the technology learns from the information it has analyzed. No, I was bigging up the fact that Patois was the only, we have not made it to language status yet, but getting there. That AI was unable to master. And I heard a Patois AI recently, and Jaja, yes. Colloquialism, trouble dede. I don't know how to interpret that in English. Maybe I need to ask AI. But can somebody who is so blessed tell me what's the English words for trouble dede? Trouble is there? Well, you said it. So the technology learns, and it's learning faster and at a faster pace now. And the moment it learns it, it doesn't forget it. Unlike some of us. Remember, even our nursery rhymes we have forgotten. hopefully not our spouses' names. It has analyzed and applied these lessons in future tasks to make reasoned judgment and solve problems. Again, I'll use it again. Trouble. So you can speak patois. This capability is called machine learning. So we have different types of AI. Again, I'm not getting into it because I'm interested in generative AI. That's a AI that you mostly use. Fair enough? Good. And it is key to the AI processes as we speak. So let's continue the journey. So that's 101 of it. Still can't find a definition, but at least you know what it does. Fair enough? For now. It is a broad term with no single agreed upon definition that has grown to encompass a wide range of existing and emerging technologies. You're familiar with some of them because you ask Siri to do stuff for you, don't you? And whichever other chatbots and all those, correct? Yes. And did you know that when you engage it on your phone, for example, it gets presumptuous? Have you ever been anywhere and then you hear, I didn't hear you properly? As if I'm talking to you? It has mashed up a lot of relationships because it listens well. It records and does not forget, but has no sense as to when to stop talking. And that's a dangerous thing when people trigger your Siri for you. It talks to them. Get it? So that has grown to encompass all of these technologies we'll discuss further. AI generally refers to systems endowed with the intellectual. Now listen, we're talking about an it, because it's not a person. Well, until you meet the recent ones that they have created, the AI robot that now start washing clothes. Yes. Watering plants. It will be commercialized this year. So again, those people who do housework may realize that once a price it's below 20,000 US, trouble. So, process characteristics of humans. These include the ability to reason, discover meaning, generalize, or learn from past experiences. So this it, or thing, or whatever we call it, can do some things that some of us can do. I wasn't going to say so, but I'm just repeating you. You know? Yes. And it makes it serious. I'm not sure if dangerous, but surely serious. So, is it a threat to you? Short answer? Short answer, I'm not picking on this table again. I'm not troubling my table at all. Can't pass with Chief Justice table. So, let's see if we can find a table to trouble. Not at all? Oh, no as in no. To the question. Oh, cool. So it's not a threat. Are you just answering no because you had a choice of yes and choose no? So no, it's a threat? Oh, it's not a threat. Is there anybody who is of the view that it is indeed a threat? To your profession, to you? It is both a threat and not a threat? Oh, so it's a threat that has created an opportunity? Oh. Okay. Interesting. Happily, but sadly in this context, the story around artificial intelligence and the audit profession has been told as one of competition. That's what you immediately figure in your head, because that's where the debate is. Thank God, I'm only the messenger though. I have a message for you. The truth is, it's not really a threat. You notice I've qualified it. Yeah, I've qualified it. Yeah, because there will be some displacement. Definitely. But in the opportunity that can come, we want to ensure we grab it. Fair enough? So that's where I'm going to position you in my short trek across. So it's the key to elevating your profession. So this is something that can better what you have been doing. Did you know in 2024, a lot of companies in the US, the audit reports had to be dumped? Why? Because they were plastered with inaccuracies. You know how many people lost jobs, not because they were not qualified, but because they submitted rubbish? Did you know that artificial intelligence could help? Mind you, a lot of those reports, they use artificial intelligence to get rubbish. So it's like anything else. If you don't know how to use or care for it, you get what you put in. Garbage in. So AI is not, clap yourself, it's not, that's a verdict, replacing auditors. It's instead redefining your roles. And remember, as Chief Justice had said, auditors have been around. Whether you follow the historical numbers as 6,500 years ago for Christianity or beyond, or before, the truth is there were people doing this type of work. Absolutely, there was an upgrade because you do it differently. But you have been doing your work for too long the same way. AI is here to change it. It has shortened the trip and can across. So what could take you a year to do, AI could do it in seconds for you. Wouldn't that be lovely? So you could do more work and get more money. You see where I'm going? So look at the positive of it now. So you're not as depressed anymore, correct? Thank God for Jesus and small blessings. So let's jump across a little, since you gave me a dual topic, to cybersecurity. I'm glad my brother touched it a bit. What does it involve? So I've loaded the slide because I really want to go back to AI. It includes practices, technologies, and processes aimed at defending computers, networks, and data against cyber threats. It focuses on protecting sensitive information from unauthorized access, breaches, and attacks. So for modern businesses, cybersecurity is not merely an IT concern, but a critical component of their overall operational strategy. The fact is, without robust cybersecurity measures, companies risk not only their data, but their livelihood. Yes. So these are some of the things that it involves. We have dilemma 2 before dilemma 1. Cisco CISO face mounting pressure to reduce cybersecurity spending in the face of a challenging economic headwind. Because when money goes down, they ask which budget should we cut. The good news is that while fiscal prudence can be challenging and may seemingly present unrealistic expectations, cybersecurity professionals can absolutely achieve more with less. So it's not doomsday. So even if your budget was recently cut, there are solutions now, including AI, that can help you at a cheaper cost. Get where I'm going? So we are going to use a knife not to kill, but to peel oranges. You see where I'm going? So we're using the positive side of it. Micro-segmentation. I also worked on the word in the break. The segmentation part. So I'm getting there. I'm learning. I'm not repeating it though. Refers to dividing your users into small bite-sized segments. Too many people have all access. Have you ever noticed? And if you try to minimize the access, they hate you for life. But why do you need all that access? Just because you want to be able to read everybody's email? To what end? If you go say you see that people having problems at home, why are you stressing out yourself? Yes, so we need to ensure that you only get access to what you really want. So we set up, and you should, controls to ensure that that's the issue. Because humans really present that gateway for cybersecurity breaches mainly. If it were up to the computers alone, they may not have been breached. But we, for whatever reasons, see an email, say you are the 1 millionth winner of $2 million, and you click it, you not buy no ticket. Sorry. I was just getting carried away. But you say, long time you're praying, and manna has finally come down from sky. I won't call the word, but it starts with W. It intersects with the previous two components, helping to minimize the damage. So, multi-factor access plus microsegmentation, and you're good. Not even AI could topple you. Fair enough? And there's an economic side to it, which I'll just scan over, the direct costs. So if you get hacked, then and you want back your data, you have to pay up. And this indirect costs, where you get reputational damage. And you still have people who store some important photographs of themselves. I mean, yes, you still look good. It's okay to take. But, yeah, there comes a time when, check me. I won't send you. All right? In a world where digital transactions, and yes, it was deliberate. For those who picked up, sharing the break. Yes. And this word now starts with you. I am not troubling it. Mr. Bancroft, can I beg you some water? Somebody, me. So somebody will volunteer to read the last paragraph for me and not touching it. And because I'm now up here, I get the power of begging help. Who wants to read the final paragraph for me? Mr. Bancroft, can I beg you some water, please? I ain't not troubling it because I tried 6 times in the bathroom. Somebody saw me, Me say, me? Not troubling that one. So can I beg a volunteer? Please and thanks. Quick and fast, got the minutes are bubbling. Who is volunteering to help? You can read from where, please. Go ahead after 3. After 3. 3. What ubiquitous being? It means Thank you for the help. You realize that the police can get help too. Yes, thank you. So never trust. Always. That's what you will take away from this session today. So in this approach, every user, every device or system requesting access must be verified. So verification comes at every point. And you start doing strong password. But the good thing about strong passwords is that we can't even remember our date of birth. More so the alphanumeric password. Because once you do it once, you have to write it down in your handmiggle first, and then on a piece of paper, and you hide it somewhere, which is counterproductive to what you're trying to achieve. So some people allow the password to be the same for everything. Trouble there. So the password for your bank account opens your phone. But figure out one and work with it. Alphanumeric. So we continue to check. You can achieve surface level security by implementing strong access controls and continuous monitoring. But I tell people, if you are not changing your passwords every other day, chances are you're vulnerable. However, because you can't sometimes go back to the previous password, if you had changed it before, then that trouble there. Because how you going to remember now what next? But I urge you to think about the frequency within which you change your passwords. Fair enough? Very critical. Prevention, they say, is better than? You think prevention first. Preventing the disaster before it happens is what you need to be doing. If not, look at that. That's us dollars. Fair enough? You may, it's us, yes. Most, if not all, security tools detect rather than prevent. So they will detect malicious softwares. They will detect Trojan horses. But there's nothing to prevent malicious softwares. And when you do prevention, detection becomes sometimes, well, detection is always too late because it comes usually after the fact. So you need to ensure you go prevention mode. Quantification of prevention first. ROI. What it stand for again? That is it. You see how I can get help? Because I go put it in a presentation and don't know. Yes. Must be based on how much loss the organization could avoid. But all of these things, the new audit role will be doing for organizations. So you are predicting for them long-term situations, and then you get a big money. Remember where to send. I should send my invoice for those advice. When crunching the numbers like you do every day, a prevention first-oriented security program will win out all the while. So please consider that. And I'll tell you more one day when we're discussing this. But I really want to go back to AI and then exit stage. Some strategic steps in the process. Auditors, you can help your IT practitioners here. Just tell them, what is the current security posture? What do we have? What's the threat? They need to know that. They need to map this out now, starting yesterday. Take steps to identify and mitigate the risk that you observe. One of them must be AI. Third step in the process here is know your architecture inside out. There are IT specialists who did not know that they had that. More so you who went to purchase something, you went to a conference overseas and they sold you something and you bought it. Not realizing that there are windows and doors that others can enter through. You are following the game? Just by clicking a button. I could tell you stories about cases locally, but I'm not going there for the minute because I know time is not a friend. Rely on device identity. Each device has a serial number. Did you know? So, set the system up so that it records the serial numbers. You know, real hackers can bypass it. We get that. But they are less than 5%. So let's go for the ones we can manage. Get it? And the fifth step in this process is create secure communication channels for users and device. Again, multi-factor access. Some people use two-factor, just your email and a password. You may need more than that. Fair enough? In this new dispensation. So it's called the Zero Trust Architecture Framework. This will save you loads of money and keep you in business, both you and the organization you work for, in business for longer. Fair enough? So the threat is not as existential as we are seeing if we were to do these things. Again, I beseech you, do not forget. Let's walk across. So, all of these are what you should be thinking about advising, if not you doing. Great. So we have good amount of 5 minutes to reach to where we want to go. Thank you. All right, so let's get back there. Many organizations do not have a centralized management of AI. Do you know any such organization? Well, this is what must happen if you want to tame this beast. They do not have established policies, including what really is AI, strategies, or what's acceptable. This is where the new frontier is going to take you. How is AI being used is just simple and effective starting inquiry that you must, as auditors, engage now. Fair enough? Running along. So, AI can change the paradigm of auditors' approach to gathering and testing data from particularly IT systems. So that's another plus. With AI technology, auditors can now request a full data set as opposed to just some paperwork from the management team and derive many of the needed sub-data sets and not worry about the inability to analyze. Because AI will analyze, just tell AI what to do. And sometimes AI say, you didn't ask me this, but I still did it for you. You follow kind-hearted soul. It is. AI can also analyze the data, which helps the auditor more appropriately refine the scope and planning of the audit to focus on. So you, instead of bursting brain or paying consultants, you collect money for it and you it's AI. You use your head for AI. It's possible. All right, winding down, because remember the focus is generative AI. So it's more advanced, it's machine learning, and trust me, it's where it's at now. It is expected to be increasingly used in auditing, and its reliability and accuracy are now enhanced. So gone are the days when you get all rubbish from AI. No, AI is saying, I might not be correct, but just check on that website, just in case. So it's smart enough to know that it can make mistakes. Some of us don't know that. Safeguards related to data security and confidentiality are implemented. Current and future roles of AI and auditing, because the minutes are running and I'm running them, I'll be done. Trust me, on time. The current audit approach is a transaction-based orientation. That's basically what you do, get paperwork and match up things. I'm not an auditor, I'm just gambling with that. AI technology, on the other hand, offers a data-driven approach that makes it possible for firms to understand client processes from transaction initiation from back then. So even if the manager is hiding the back then, AI can say no. And that's all you want. Fair enough? Fact here, it's transforming the auditing profession by automating routine tasks, enhancing efficiencies, and allowing auditors to focus predominantly on the bigger picture, the strategic insights, risk management. This is where AI is taking you. And this is where the companies want you to take them. So money is out there. I don't know if that's a plus spell or pluses. Let me just put something over it, just in case. Because you have English teachers all about. I don't know. So a safe, if I do it a safe, isn't replacing you. It is not. It's instead redefining your value. By automating repetitive work, AI gives audit professionals the time, space, and whatever else to focus on strategic insights, advisory roles, money again, helping organization navigate risk, another money. You follow? You see money coming? Yes, money, 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 money. It's transforming every aspect. And please, don't try and remain static, because you will be left in the dark ages. So just roll with the punches. AI needs a manager, and we are allowing AI to manage us. AI cannot survive without humans, according to the man who developed it. And it is not in AI's interest to kill all humans, because he was asked, because AI will be at a stage where it can trigger whatever you want it to trigger and take over. So you may be driving a driverless car or in a driverless car driving, and AI might say, you know, the precipice might be a good place. I'm not scaring you, but I'm just saying, you know, but well, you know, you buy your driverless car, go ahead, go ahead. Because if you're not in it, you may be at the bus stop and AI say, you know that? There's a human standing in the way. I don't know, I'm done. So AI is transforming every part. Tasks like validation, control testing, anomaly detection, once used by you manually, is now being handled by just an instruction. And if you have set up AI, it does it without your instruction. My people, I'm at the place where I want to just go to one slide. May I be permitted? One dege slide. Yes. Just one dege slide. Just one slide. So remember, it's not adequate anymore. It's evidence-based. And without it, as auditors, you'll be crucified. May I use the opportunity to close my book? Thank you for allowing me space and time. It was good that you had the police in your space. Blessings.
Thank you so much, S.P. Berry, for a very enlightening but also entertaining presentation. Because, I mean, what's all the work without a little fun, right? So we did learn a lot just now. What was the key takeaway that he said in his presentation? Right, so never trust, you must always verify. So we explored together a while ago the new frontier where AI can be used as an effective tool for good auditing practices. And he brought some good news to us, because at first I'm sure that we were a little bit fearful, but what he did affirm is that AI is not replacing auditors. It is what? Let me see who took the notes. It is redefining your role. Wonderful, wonderful. So we are moving along today with So, well, please put your hands together as our panelists make their way to the stage, or the platform, I should say. We also have Mistress Yolanda Wint, Audit Committee Chairman for Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. We also have Mr. Dave Wright. Put your hands together for them, man. Chief Internal Auditor, MOAFM, and we also have Mr. Errol Barnaby, CEO, Exim Bank, Jamaica. So while our panelists make their way to the platform and take their seats appropriately, the topic being explored today is transparency as the cornerstone of governance, highlighting disclosure practices that enhance stakeholder confidence. And this session will be led by Ms. Suzette Campbell. Please put your hands together.
Thank you very much, Sherry Ann, and it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic today is transparency as the cornerstone of governance. And we know transparency is widely regarded as the bedrock of good governance. For public sector employees, it is not only a principle, but also a practical tool for strengthening trust, oversight, and resilience. So in today's discussion, we'll be looking at the importance of transparency and its role in strengthening sound governance within the public sector. And of course, Sharian would have already introduced our distinguished panel, who will be sharing their views on the topic transparency as the cornerstone of governance. So I'm just going to start just outright. We're going to pretend that, we don't know what transparency is. and this is for any one of the panelists to just respond to. In practical terms, what does transparency mean in the public sector? Anyone can take it.
Okay, I will take it. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having this a certain opportunity to be here to share some of the experience gathered from my role in the Exim Bank. And before I do that, though, let me just give you an insight that Exim Bank is a trade finance institution. It is the mandate of Exim is to facilitate economic growth and to sustain job creation. Now, in that being said, we do this through providing affordable financing. And you will know that as a financial institution, disclosure, compliance is the hallmark. Yeah? And for that, Exim Bank has been recognized over the last, say, 5 years, being awarded the winner for compliance and disclosure of information at the Corporate Governance Award.
Yes, that deserves
so I guess that's why I'm asked to be on this platform.
Oh, yes.
So we have a very robust system for transparency in the bank. Every corner of the bank requires procedures and policies. We are procedural driven. We do not do things outside of any of these. So for that, we are graded against a set of policies and procedures that in keeping with the Public Body Management Accountability Act and also the FAA. So for transparency, we are so deep in it, so much so that internally we have what you call a structure of service level agreement among ourselves. So within each division, there's a template that would speak to how we present that timely information to a next division, and we sign to that. Now that in itself rolls up into how we project ourselves in putting information out there as best as possible in a timely manner. So in that, our board structure is such that we report our compliance rate to the board and also to the stakeholders, external stakeholders. So we have various media we use to get this information out. But just to say that we are not ourselves, we pride ourselves in the level of information that we are mandatory to put out there as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnaby. And a lot of disclosure, best practices that you have just shared a while ago, and I'm hoping that you were able to take some notes there. All right. Okay, so in terms of the lack of transparency, how does it create vulnerabilities in governance? And this is for anyone to take.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Lack of transparency can weaken accountability, and it also can reduce trust, because when transparency is not in existence, persons tend not to trust what they're hearing and what they're seeing. It also can enable corruption as well to permeate various departments, agencies, ministries, and operations as a whole. So transparency is a critical factor that must be promoted continuously.
Yes, good point.
I may add.
It's on.
I may add as well that it erodes the moral authority of the leadership of the organization, because here it is, now the leadership would be compromised in terms of giving instructions and direction and getting persons to work in an environment that they feel that they're making a contribution, and they don't have somebody who is saying, look, I'm expecting this of you in terms of achievement of the objectives, but at the same time, we don't have the information, we don't know what is happening, and everything is shrouded in secrecy. So it affects relationships within the organization as well.
I'm happy for that comment. Mrs. Sewell, you had one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And one of the critical things with transparency is the release of information on a timely basis. Mm-hmm. If the persons who are entrusted with governance do not have the required information to act within a timely manner, and then we end up leaving with damage control. So transparency is not about just giving information, but it's also about giving it timely and accurately, so that you can actually empower the government, because we're talking about governance here, and therefore having information on a timely basis is also a very important part of the process.
Yes, yes.
If I may weigh in as well.
Sure.
Because I would go a little further, that outside of enforcement and the ability to do your performance measure, we have trust, but it's not just trust. I'm talking about consistent trust. With your transparency, you would develop that level of trust. And also for credibility, you know, your information can't be one way this time and the other way the next time. It's going to create problem from your external stakeholders, right? Then our resilience level, and also our ability to mitigate risk and to use some of those the risk to turn into opportunities when you have your information out there. There's something important as well in terms of your operating effectiveness. If it is that you are not consistent with your information out there, it's going to affect how you operate. And therefore, the transparency must be the hallmark throughout your governance affairs in your institution.
Thank you so much for that. Very, very good insights there. And in terms of by leading by example, Mrs. Sewell, in pursuit of making transparency a cornerstone of governance, and you're the cabinet secretary, I think you would be best suited to respond. How can one lead by example in pursuit of making transparency a cornerstone of governance?
You have first, in a very simple way, we have to walk the talk. We have to, and it has to do with what we bring to the table as leaders. Yes. So you as a leader, you have to know that people are looking to you for direction. They are mirroring your behavior. And we want to have an organization that is operating effectively, efficiently, optimally, and is seen as a standard by which others would want to aspire. And so as a leader, my speaker beside me here, the president of Exim Bank, pardon me, I forgot the name.
Barnaby.
Yes.
Barnaby.
Yes. He spoke about consistency. So we as leaders, we have to have what we want for the organization, and we have to be able to share those values. So I've been in ministries where I tell my staff that, look, I don't work with the Secret Service. Here, I believe that I have a responsibility to the public that has caused me to be in that position. So I am accountable to the public. So I have to have my systems in place. Yes, as leaders, we have a responsibility to make sure that our policies are in place, our systems, our procedures are in place, and we have to ensure that they are implemented in an effective way and in keeping with the requirements of the regulations, with the laws or whatever. I worked in an organization once I didn't even know that when I was approaching a group of workers, they would burst out in laughter. And one day I said, why you laugh? Because they call me policy. Policy a come. Yes, and it became my name in the organization, policy. I'm a stickler for policy. I try to ensure that the staff themselves are empowered, that they are trained, that they know, and that they understand what is expected of them. Of course, we have boundaries in terms of how we share information and what we put out, but we have to come to the table with the fact that, look, we don't have anything hiding. Mm-hmm. We have to be compliant. And consistency, as was said before, is important. In terms, we have to communicate with our expectations with people and what is required of them. Because you're in an organization and you expect people to know. You have a responsibility as a leader to ensure that you equip them with the know-how. And also, you have to have an open door policy as well, where persons may feel free. We don't put up borders. I said once I worked at a ministry where I had never seen the permanent secretary in all my life because it was out of bounds. There was no interaction with staff. And so you have to establish boundaries, of course, but make yourself available that you can communicate with your staff. And you, as the leader, must never find yourself in any situation where you are asking anybody to do anything that is against the rules and the regulations. I spoke earlier about compromising. It erodes your authority. When you ask staff or you give directives for them to do things that are against the requirements. And so as leaders too, we have to ensure that whatever we are responsible for, anything at all, must be in compliance with the law and the policies and the regulations. We have to be stickler of that. And I say to persons too sometimes, and Judith is here, and she will tell you, Mrs. Rob Walters, we worked together, and we made a good team, because she is a stickler for processes, and she would keep me on my toes. And I use that to remind the other heads that, look, as individuals too, you have to walk through your systems at times and to make sure that everybody is on the same page. And we have to understand that we are in an interdependent ecosystem where I have to depend on one branch, if I had a branch, to get my work done. So payroll has to depend on HR, and we have to share information, and we have to be open with each other and know that accountability is very, very important. We have to hold ourselves. I hold myself accountable. I am responsible for what goes on in my shop, whether it's by staff or whomever. And each person, if we're talking about transparency, each person must be held accountable. And some of us too, we are holding people accountable, but we ourselves are not accountable to anybody. Mm-hmm. And so that is very, very important. If somebody gets out of line, there's breach or anything, you would not have the authority to go and correct that person, whatever, or that behavior, whatever means. If you yourself, you don't hold yourself accountable for whatever is happening. So accountability, compliance, communication, openness, very, very key to whatever we are doing.
Thank you so much for that, Mrs. Sewell. The depth of experience and knowledge really came out. Mr. Barnaby, do you believe transparency is adequately practiced in our current system of governance?
My opinion is that no. And I can draw an example. For instance, if you look at the sponsored PSOJ Ministry of Finance Corporate Governance Award, each year, and you know how many, for instance, public bodies you have in the system. And when you look at the numbers that vie for these awards, it's almost an handful of them. And I figure more or less that speaks volume that most public bodies are not in a position to even compete, and especially given the categories that the awards are representing. So I believe that there's room for improvement. Public bodies, most often than not, do not meet the deadlines for certain critical reports. And for whatever the reason is, but because of that, they shy away from even going out there to make themselves known. So to answer the question, there's room for improvement, and the practice can go further to meet the threshold of the compliance ratio.
Right. Thank you so much for that perspective. We do not have the divisional head from the Public Enterprise Division here, but it's being live streamed. So, that is, yes, it is. So we hope that they're on, but even so, we have the Deputy Financial Secretary, Mrs. Hope Blake, who is here, and of course, taking notes. So thank you so much for that perspective there. So coming to our Audit Committee Chair, Mrs. Waint, how can audit committees balance transparency and confidentiality in sensitive matters?
Okay, as the Audit Committee, we are a part of the body charged with governance, and as such, we have to set the right example. Yes, it's a delicate balance, but the fact is that we must operate in accordance with the regulations, the rules, and the laws. So, for example, we have to ensure that when we disseminate information, we are balancing the rights of persons and ensuring that we're acting in accordance with the law. For example, there's access to information. If we're providing some information, it must be in accordance with that. We now have the Data Protection Act that is in place. We have to ensure that persons' personal data is protected as well. So while we are cognizant of the fact that transparency is critical, we must do so in the context of all the applicable regulations and laws.
Thank you so very much for that. Good views. And to put it another way, and this is to the CAE, transparency isn't only open about sharing good news, but also being open about challenges. No. This helps to build trust between management and the internal audit. Should the CAE share these challenges with the audit committee? Why or why not?
Yes, the answer is yes. If there's no matter of national security that's going to be breached. But let me just say, though, as I speak about my audit committee, the reports that I give to my audit committee are very detailed. So there's no summary or just extract. Yeah, they get very detailed report. I must credit the audit committee that we have never missed a quarter. So there's the established room for communication is there. I must also credit them in that they have one-on-one discussion. So outside of the General Audit Committee meeting, they will also set meeting to have one-on-one discussion with me. Now, like I said, the Audit Committee represent the governance structure, and therefore, if they don't have the information, they can't assist. So providing them the information is very important. Now, there are information that will come that are challenging, and we normally enjoy the good discussion. But if we use the word challenge, then it means that it's information that might have some sensitivity to it. Now, the thing about it is that trust is a two-way street. Right. Trust is not a one-sided thing. So for me, building a very good relationship with the audit committee is very important, a positive relationship, a relationship of trust. Having clear and frank discussion, is very important. And when you get a sense that the audit committee have the interests of the organization and of the unit and of the ministry, then those kind of situations create better opportunity for you to be open. So, it's a give and take, meaning that the two parties have to work together, and therefore having a balance, a professional, clear line of communication is extremely important. And I will say about my audit committee is that they are very frank and open. In fact, I don't know if any other audit committee requests this, but the amount of reports that I give on a quarterly basis, to me, is extremely extraordinary. And I'm glad my audit committee is here today to hear. But the truth about it, though, is that at first, it was challenging in terms of the amount of information they asked for, and I did kick and scream. Okay. But at the end of the day, we're now at a point where we are working together, and even though the reports are many, we're at a point where we understand each other. Awesome. So I would say that definitely yes, and I give credit to the persons who I work with in terms of my audit committee.
Awesome. Sure.
I just want to add something to what I said. The points I made earlier, that transparency does not mean that we'll always be right.
Right.
We will make mistakes. And for some of us, we have made mistakes, and we have had to go, to that place down Duke Street, to Judgment House, yes, to explain. We must be honest.
Yes.
If we want to be transparent and to be credible, because transparency builds credibility. When we make mistakes, we must be honest with our staff, we must be honest with ourselves, we must be honest with the Auditor General, with the IAD or wherever, that yes, we made a mistake. Don't try to cover it over and pour over it and excuse it away, because when your staff see you doing that, they start to question your integrity. Call them together, we made a mistake. Or sometimes, you would make decisions that are not in keeping with the law. Yes, I did so, and these were the reasons, the justification, and when I weighed the pros and the cons, I took that decision. So one of the things critical for a leader in being transparent is also being honest with yourself and with others.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And in terms of wrapping up, we're wrapping up now. I know time is against us. And this is for anyone to take. What should we prioritize to ensure transparency remains the cornerstone of governance?
I believe that we have to be consistent. We should develop a culture of transparency. So it should be something that we are doing intentionally. It can't be by the way. It must be that we're operating in an intentional manner to say that we want transparency, and because we want transparency, we are going to ensure that we develop and foster that culture by putting in place the things which will promote transparency and have that buy-in from everybody. do it in such a manner that everybody sees the benefits of being transparent, why we would want to ensure that that is something key and critical for us. So we should enable that, ensure that oversight bodies have the requisite strength that they need to continue to promote the transparency. We should ensure that access to information is readily available, so we put systems in place that persons can readily access the information and feel that they're aware and they know what is going on and that the communication is effective, so they don't believe that we're hiding anything or anything is being hidden from them. And allow.
Excellent. Excellent views. Are there any others?
Yeah. So we have to recognize that we're like stepping stones. So none of us know it all. You have we are chief internal auditors, you have the audit committee, you have management, and it goes right up. So we have to play our part. And if we recognize that we're only one step in the process, and therefore, like I said, and I will definitely repeat that trust is extremely important, frank communication is important, and then we play our part because we are not the entire process, but we're only a part of the process. And what we want is that the end process to be effective and to reach its desired goal, then definitely that can help us to achieve good governance and good oversight.
Thank you.
Just add
Sure.
Okay, so thanks for that. So I will go another level with it, and let us be deliberate. We structure our transparency ratio by virtue of our compliance level. So you break out your compliance for operational, corporate, statutory, and you have the list of those reports and everything to meet those deadlines. And then you look at the means in which you can get these out there. So whether we use your website, your annual report, meeting those service level agreements for your external stakeholders are internal to meet those deadlines to get those information out. Just be deliberate with those and pride yourself with 100% compliance ratio, and then you'll be there.
Thank you. I would say, to just add into what my colleagues have said, that to be transparent, we must ensure that our systems are in place and we walk through our processes day by day. We have to also ensure that we not only talk about transparency, but we should be proactive. Sometimes you sit down yourself and do some what-if analysis. What if so and so? What if so and so? And by being proactive, you're thinking, always thinking ahead of the game and ensuring that you keep ahead. So when Miss Pamela comes in, you're ahead of her.
That's right.
You understand? So if you bring to the table that, look, I come to the table with clean hands and pure heart. So whatever I am going to do, my intention is never to deceive or to do anything wrong. Part of your problem is gone, you know. There's no problem. And you can walk freely, hold your shoulders high, and just go through. And they come and they say, so and so and so and so and so. You say, okay, yes, that one slipped me, so and so and so. But when you operate in that way, and you go to work each day, and you are free, your conscience is free, your mind is free, and you clear your thoughts, you know that you are on the right path. And as I said before, we'll trip up at times. But let's be open. Let us also be inclusive in our decision making. We don't sit down and issue edicts. We, as much as possible, involve our staff, because they say within the multitude of men there is great wisdom, and we don't know everything. And so if something should go awry, you teaching them to accept responsibility. That is very, very important in transparency. For me to stand up and say, yes, I erred. And yes, I need to revisit. And so it's very, very important. Be inclusive in your decision making and go to the table with an open mind, open thoughts. Don't clog your mind with ways of beating the system and how can I get around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have we learned anything? Any new perspective on transparency? I certainly have. And it's now after 1:15. Thank you so much. Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Audrey Sewell. Thank you, Mr. Errol Barnaby, Acting CEO of the Exim Bank of Jamaica. Exim Bank of Jamaica, Mrs. Yolande Wint, Chairman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Audit Committee member, as well as Mr. Dave Wright, Chief Audit Executive, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ms. Suzette Campbell and panelists for expertly dissecting the topic of transparency as the cornerstone of governance. So now at this time we segue because it is just about time for us to have lunch. Just before you go, well, no, I think you'll be served. You will be served, so you may remain seated. But I want to ask, does everybody have this on their table? Yes, you seeing this? No? All right, so I guess probably if you don't have it, when one table is finished, then you share it, right? So the planning committee wants to hear from you. They want your feedback. So you're being asked to scan the QR code that is on this sheet of paper and do your assessment of your experience here today. So please don't leave until your assessment is done. So as soon as we conclude, sorry? The Wi-Fi password? Okay, so what? MOF 26. Okay, so it's MOF lowercase 26. Everybody got that? MOF lowercase 26. The number 26. And right after lunch, as soon as we conclude lunch, the next face and voice you will hear is that of Mr. Bancroft Thomas, Audit Coordinator, Audit Committees, Internal Audit Directorate, and he will be presenting his overview of Audit Committee's performance, and then we will have a little cheers and applause as he carries us through the presentation of awards for top performing committees. So at this time, please do enjoy your lunch hour. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I trust that we all had a good lunch. I know some of us are just about finishing up and some of us have already completed our meals, but in the interest of time, we must move along. I know that just before closing for lunch, I did indicate to you that the next voice and face you hear would be that of Mr. Bancroft Thomas. However, we have to make some changes in the program. So the change will be, we will now have the conversation as stated on your program with Mr. Keith Kall. It will be a virtual engagement, so you will have to turn your eyes to the projected screens on your left and right, respectively. The moderator for this session will be Mistress Michelle Miller, Audit Specialist, Quality Assurance and Performance in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. So I will go ahead at this time to introduce to you Mr. Kall. Keith Kall is a qualified internal audit, external quality advisor, and a qualified audit committee financial expert with over 20 years audit committee interaction experience and leading internal audit functions as a chief audit executive. Since retiring in 2021, he leads external quality assessments of internal audit functions and advises chief audit executives on how to advance the quality and maturity of their audit functions. He was a member of the Institute of Internal Auditors, IIA, Global Quality Assessment Manual Task Force, Senior Advisor on IIA's Vision 2035 project, and co-developed IIA Quality Services Principles Effectiveness Maturity Framework. His total career spanned 40 years in external and internal audit, 22 years as a chief audit executive, tax, finance, and accounting, investor relations, and operations at global multi-billion-dollar NYSE-listed companies. He has a BBA in accounting from Cleveland State University and an MBA in international business from DePaul University in Chicago, Illinois. And he is also a certified internal auditor, certified public accountant, certified fraud examiner, and chartered global management accountant, and he also holds a certificate in risk management assurance. So at this time, I invite your engagement as Mistress Michelle Miller comes to us to have the conversation with Mr. Keith Kall on the topic Assurance with Impact, Elevating Internal Audit Through Quality Improvement, how a strong QAIP strengthens stakeholders' trust and enhances risk and oversight. Please put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to In Conversation with Keith Kall, where we will be focusing on assurance with impact, elevating internal audit through quality improvement. Now, why did we decide to focus on this topic, the topic of quality assurance? Well, in 2024, the Institute of Internal Auditors released an update to their standards introducing the new Global Internal Audit Standards. Now, these standards include significant enhancements and clarifications aimed at strengthening the internal audit profession. And now for the audit committees, as well as the chief audit executive, these changes present both challenges and opportunities. In addition to that, the new standards raise expectation for internal audit functions to not only comply with professional requirements, but also demonstrate measurable value and impact, which introduces a dual focus on both conformance and performance. Now, this session, as mentioned earlier, will be an open discussion, as the theme suggests, in conversation with Keith Carl. Our moderator introduces Keith Carl earlier, and now, however, before the conversation with Keith, he will be providing a brief presentation giving key insights into what is an internal and external quality assessment, what does it mean for the audit committee, and the impact of the new standards on quality assessment. After which, we will open the floor for persons to ask questions, any concern, any challenges, any opportunities regarding the quality assurance. You will be invited to ask those questions. So please, Mr. Carl will be presenting online, and so we ask you to focus your ears, your eyes, as Mr. Keith Carl do his presentation.
Thank you for the introduction. And I'm happy to be here today to present to you. And I also want to give you some background on the internal audit standards that recently were updated at the beginning of this year. They came out in 2024 and they went into effect in January of 25. And the role the audit committee can play in enhancing internal audit's quality and the benefits that it provides to the organization. Do I need to share my slides, or will you bring my slides up?
You can go ahead and share your slides.
Okay. Let me know if you can. I think you can see them. There we go. So they provided my background here within the slides, which are available to y'all. You have my fuller background. I retired in 2021 after a 40-year career. And shortly after that, I started doing things with the Institute of Internal Auditors. One was performing external quality assessments, which I actually have performed a couple in Jamaica. Unfortunately, they were virtual. I didn't get to come to the country. I would have loved to have done that. But it was a virtual external quality assessments, which quite a few since COVID now, we do them virtually. Companies want to save the travel costs. I'm also a co-author of the updated Global Quality Assessment Manual, which is one thing. I think there was a question pre this meeting about tools that, and it's really tools for the internal audit function, not so much for the audit committee, that they can use for their quality program. And one of those is the Global Quality Assessment Manual. It gives them guidance on how to perform quality assessments, some guidance on implementing the standards, and then it also gives them an actual work program for assessing their conformance to the standards across all the standards. And I'll cover on that in just a moment. So I wanted to first show you what are the global internal audit standards. And so you can see in this diagram here, they're organized by 5 domains, which the first one being the purpose of internal audit. And I'm actually going to show you the details of that one. The second domain is around ethics and professionalism. You can think of this like a code of ethics or code of conduct, but it's structured a little differently. This section has requirements that internal audit functions need to follow to conform to the standards in this domain. And it's around the 5 areas that you see. For each of these areas, they're called principles. There are some standards below them. But obviously, it's around acting with integrity. It's maintaining their objectivity. This is critical because internal audit, in everything they do, they need to be objective. They can't have an agenda. It's got to be their objectivity. They've got to be competent. They've got to exercise due professional care. So that's being careful in everything they do. If they follow the standards, they should be performing due professional care. And they have to maintain confidentiality with the information that they have access to and that they learn of during their audits or all of their work within the organization. The domain 3 is governing the internal audit function. This is where audit committees, or in some cases, if there's not an audit committee, it could be the board of directors, comes into play. And we're going to focus a little more on this. The 4th domain is managing the internal audit function. These are things that the chief audit executive needs to do to effectively manage the function. And then there's the 5th, which is performing audit services. You can see that I have 2 of the principles circled in red. One is overseen by the board. We're going to go through some of those things. And then enhanced quality, which is where the internal quality assessment piece comes into play. There's eventual governance conditions that are in domain 3. These are activities for the board or audit committee and management to perform that are essential to an effective internal audit function. And really, and I have this on another slide, one of the keys to an internal audit function being successful and also to conform to the standards is strong support for the internal audit function. Giving them what they need, well, not carte blanche giving them what they need, but making sure they have the resources, they have access to information, that they have support from senior management in order to carry out their role. There is, if an internal audit function cannot conform for some reason to certain standards, then the CAE needs to explain to the board and management why this standard is important. If they can't, they need to just document it. In addition to conformance, the internal audit standards now focus on performance. So just literally conforming is not good enough. You need to be performing at a high level. And so that's a focus for internal audits. There are, for some public sector companies, so this would be like if it's the government, it's a certain organization, or maybe it's a department of the government that has an internal audit function. How they conform to the standards may be a little different. And then laws and regulations, if there's any laws or regulations that apply to an organization. So one of the examples would be in the banking, the financial services industry. Sometimes there's laws or regulations around internal audit. So we're going to flip now to more on the governing the internal audit function. Oh, wait, I said purpose of internal audit. This is actually the purpose of internal audit. Now, a lot of people think of internal audit, and this is more true historically, as focusing just on finance and accounting. That is not what it should be doing today. That is only a piece of what it should be doing today. The purpose of internal auditing is to help really strengthen an organization's ability to create, protect, and sustain value for the organization. And it's through being independent, which is a direct reporting to the board or audit committee with an administrative line somewhere into management, being risk-based, and providing objective assurance, which are audits, which most people are very familiar with, but also advice, insight, and foresight on governance, risk, and controls. And the advice piece is very important to this because, assurance is always after the fact. It's internal audit going in and auditing processes after transactions, after events have occurred. The advice piece can be more upfront. This could be through system transformation, business reorganization, some activity, being involved upfront and giving advice or insight and foresight on the controls and the governance of that process area. You can think of it kind of as upfront assurance. So it's before some change goes into effect. If internal audit can comment on the design of governance, risk, or controls and have something set up correct from the beginning, it protects the organization and its stakeholders right from the get-go. Whereas, on assurance audits, usually things have happened and maybe something, hasn't bad happened yet, but you've already, have controls or processes implemented. So this is a key of the purpose of internal audit. This actually goes into Vision 2035, which the IA had issued back in July of 2024, which is what will internal audit look like in the year 2035. I was a senior advisor on that project with some researchers, and it's what we heard from board members and senior executives globally was they want more upfront advice on governance, risk, and controls from internal audit. So what are some of the essential audit committee oversights? And I know that there are some regulations. There's the Financial Administration and Audit Act there in Jamaica. There's a Jamaica Audit Committee policy, which has some requirements around in the audit committee's role with internal audit. Some of the things that are in here in the essential conditions for the audit committee, which I've highlighted in blue, are items that if audit committees could do these things in Jamaica, it's going to strengthen internal audit's ability to provide the governance, risk, and control assurance work and advice and insight and foresight, which is going to help the organization. I liken it to, at some of my organizations, what we used to use as a slogan of, and we tried to make it very simple so that everybody would understand it, and it was, audit's role is to find trouble before trouble finds you. And one of the best examples was the VP of Europe and Asia Manufacturing had me come to one of his global manufacturing managers meetings. So this was site managers from around the world. Now, a lot of them, they didn't like the fact that audit would come in and audit them. This was a global petrochemical company. There were regulators coming in and auditing them. We had a separate environmental health and safety organization within the company coming in and auditing them, sometimes the insurance companies. The other thing is that if something went wrong at a manufacturing facility, you could be assured at that time that the CEO of the organization was going to call up that site manager and have a discussion with them. And it usually was a discussion that they didn't want to have because they would hear from the CEO. He would be very vocal about his displeasure with what happened. He would do the same thing, though, when we issued an audit report and we would raise issues of something that could happen. Well, the site manager asked them, I'm going to give you a choice. Would you rather have something bad happen and you have a discussion with the CEO, or internal audit issues a report and says this could happen, but it hasn't, but you come up with an action plan to prevent it from happening? You're still going to get a call probably from the CEO. Which discussion would you have? It was unanimous. Everyone's hand went up. I'll take the internal audit report before something bad happening. And this is all where we were looking at governance, risk, and controls at these operations to protect the organization. So some of the key things would be is getting involved in hiring and the termination of the chief audit executive. And it should, on the both of these should really be before these events happen. And this is so that you have a say in who's being hired as the chief audit executive or put in that role. Look also at the same time at what are the qualifications and the competencies? Are these people really qualified? I mean, I've seen people in my external quality assessments where I'm not really sure that they're qualified to be the chief audit executive. For the organizations I did there in Jamaica, they were qualified. And I've known some people throughout my career as a chief audit executive that maybe weren't quite qualified to be in that role. So that's a key thing there, because you want to make sure that if they're qualified, and you want to make sure you have a chief audit executive that if something is going wrong within the organization, they're going to speak up to you. And there's been some that haven't. If you think about it here in the US, Wells Fargo, internal audit knew what was going on at Wells Fargo. Did the chief audit executive speak up? No, the chief audit executive did not speak up. And so, and he's paying a price for that now. But that's one of the things. Also be involved in the performance objectives in the annual review of the chief audit executive. Provide feedback to management. Management will do that under the normal performance review process, but provide that feedback. Compensation, I think you're a little bit maybe limited there, if I remember correctly, by the Financial Administration Audit Act or maybe the Audit Committee policy. But that's something where that can really strengthen, because if it's audit committee has input into the compensation, then that can help on the objectivity of the chief audit executive. There's some other items here where I have provide input and approve on. These are key activities of the internal audit organization. The one that I highlighted in blue is what we're going to really focus on today here is the quality assurance and improvement program, which I'm going to cover a little bit on that. The last thing I want to call out on here is that under the new standards, internal audit functions are required to have a strategic plan. This strategic plan is not the audit plan. The strategic plan is how is internal audit going to continuously improve itself and aligned with the strategic plan of the organization to help strengthen the organization's governance, risk management, and control. So typically what this would revolve around is the talent that the internal audit team has. You've got to be advancing the talent. They got to stay current, especially on technology. How are they going to use technology today? I mean, everybody's talking, we're reading about AI. It can also help internal audit. Internal audit also has to be prepared to be able to audit it. And then the next one is being a strategic advisor, having that seat at the table with management. So here are the benefits. I'm not going to go through these because I want to get to the Q&A, but you can see quickly here, I mean, it enhances stakeholder confidence in internal audit's performance. If you support them through the activities that we just went through, you're going to have a higher performing internal audit function. You're going to have one that's going to look for the things that they should be looking for and call them out and report them out to the audit committee. They're also going to be have a higher level of conformance. The conformance ratings, which I'll cover in just a moment, are directly linked to the support from the audit committee and the support from management. So what is an internal quality assessment? It's going to be managed by the chief audit executive. It's not managed by the audit committee. It's not managed by somebody else within the organization. It's the chief audit executive. He or she are responsible for the program. Now, for larger functions, they likely are going to have somebody that's underneath them, or maybe it's another level below them, depending on the size of the organization, that's actually managing the program, and they delegate to them. They're still ultimately responsible for that. Within the internal audit organization, it should be performed by somebody who's knowledgeable about the standards and has some internal audit experience. So you don't give this to your most junior internal audit person. You give it to somebody who's a little more senior. You can have less experienced people on the audit team work with that person on assessing conformance, but because they can learn a lot from it. There was a question in advance about tools. I already mentioned this, I was involved in this, but is the IA's Quality Assurance Manual, the 2024 edition, because it's linked to the new standards. It's available for purchase on the Institute of Internal Auditors site. Hopefully your chief audit executive is a member, maybe other team members or members. I think it's the electronic version is $280 US dollars to purchase. And it actually comes with a program again. It's in an Excel format to conduct your internal quality assessment process. It happens to be the same program that we use for the external quality assessments. I was a co-author, myself and one other guy, Basil Waller, who's done hundreds of external quality assessments. We wrote that program. What does the internal quality assessment consist of? It consists of looking at conformance to the standards, but also for enhancement opportunities or ways to improve performance. Part of it is a periodic holistic standards conformance assessment. This is looking at conformance to all the standards. Now, the word periodic does not mean annual. So they don't have to do this every year. They can do parts of it every year. They should do at least a holistic one in between the external assessments, which I'll cover in a moment, which are supposed to be every 5 years. They should be every year reviewing a sample, an independent review, someone not involved in an audit engagement, an independent review of the work papers of that audit to make sure that it's conforming to the standards, but also to the organization's internal audit methodologies or policies and procedures, and if there are any laws that are applicable doing that. Should be focused on performance. So this is performance metrics. This is performance metrics that should be reported to the board, the audit committee, and senior management. The head of audit should be coming to you for your input on what are those performance metrics that they want. We have a whole nother presentation that's on this, and I'm always happy to, and so is Warren Hirsch, who actually runs II Quality Services, to meet with chief audit executives and their teams, and we can do virtual online training on something like that. And then internal audit functions should be focused on continuously improving. There's always ways to get better. The organization I described that before, the second CEO who came in, who still would call up people if there was an event at a plant, and people didn't want to have a conversation with him. One of his sayings was, "You do not have to be sick to get better." It's like you can always get better. You can always do things better. And that's a core for internal audit, is that continuous improvement. What should the audit committee look for? One is talk to your chief audit executive about their quality assurance program up front. Make sure that they're covering the entire organization. It could be over a period of years. So I would say over 3 to 5 years, they're looking at conformance across the board. They're looking at a sample of engagements. But then also every year, they are to be giving you a report on what are the results of their internal quality assessment program. What conformance gaps have they identified? And then what are they doing to fix those? What are their action plans? It's just like action plans in an audit. What are they going to do? What's the timing? Who owns it? And then they should be giving you a periodic update as to where are they at on the status of implementing those action plans. Did they identify any enhancement opportunities? Things that they need to do better? What's their action? What's their timing on that? And they should update you. They also should be giving you periodic updates on performance objectives, where they stand. Some of the performance objectives that I'm typically used to seeing, or I experienced in my chief audit executive days, and that I see other organizations do, is obviously the audit committee is always interested in, are you going to complete the internal audit plan? Now, completing 100% is not the best thing because things change, new risks pop up, you got to change the plan. But where are they? How long does it take to get an audit report out? Because if it takes too long to get it out, that's not good. Where is management on implementing management action plans? Are they on target? Is anything delayed? Because if it's delayed, that's a form of acceptance of risk that you need to figure out, is it okay for us to be accepting that risk for a longer period of time? What's the benefits of an internal QIP? Well, you got a function that conforms to the standards and should be higher performing. It identifies issues within the internal audit function that need fixing. This is just like control issues that are identified during an internal audit of if it's accounting, or it's in the manufacturing or procurement or human resources function. It is a little bit, though, it takes for internal audit to self-disclose these. But the check is going to be the external quality assessment, which will come on just a minute. But I always told my functions, and I know other CAs that I meet with, is I always tell our team when we're doing this internal quality assessment is be harder on internal audit than we are on the areas that we audit. I wanted everything, I was picky down to the no materiality threshold. So the external quality assessment, this is required under standard 8.4. Which is in domain 3 to be performed every 5 years. There's a requirement. It needs to be, well, it was before, an independent assessor. So it needs to be from somebody outside the organization. It can't be somebody that recently worked there. There should be a cooling off period for that. And now one of the new requirements is at least one person on the assessment team, or if it's a single assessor, needs to be a certified internal auditor. There are some other requirements, but they're not really requirements. They're good things to have. They should have experience performing external quality assessments. It's best if they were a chief audit executive or a senior person within an internal audit function. One of the most important things is that the report that the external assessment firm issues needs to be issued directly to the audit committee or the board, or it could be the chairperson of that. So the governance body that oversees internal audit. And then in the case of the board or the audit committee should be approving what are the action plans for the conformance gaps and the timing. Make sure that you're happy with those, and then make sure that the chief audit executive is reporting to you the progress on achieving those conformance gaps, fixing those conformance gaps. This was put in, when you think about these standards are written globally for all organizations. And one of the things that the group that develops the standards found sometimes is there were cases where the reports weren't getting to the audit committee. And we heard of sometimes where reports were changed. So now it's the external assessor needs to issue the report direct. That doesn't mean that the chief audit executive is not going to see the report before it be sent to the audit committee. And the reason is, one, we want them to fact check it and make sure we didn't make a mistake on anything, that we didn't observe their process wrong. But the other is they need to put their action plan in there, because the report is, not fully valued to you unless it has their action plans. The ratings, there's new ratings on this. If you're familiar with external quality assessments in the past, there were 3 ratings. There was generally conforms, there was partially conforms, and there was does not conform. The new ratings are actually full achievement, general, partial, and non-achievement. And the full is reserved for those organizations who conform to every single standard. Some organizations, maybe for certain reasons, or just they're not doing what they should be, they can only generally conform. So that's where they maybe have, 1 or 2 minor conformance issues that prevents them from being fully achieving the standards. Generally and fulling are both passing scores. General is okay. Sometimes for conformance to happen to some of the standards, it costs additional money, and maybe the decision is made by the audit committee or board or management that we're not going to spend that money for that conformance level. But general is good. You can kind of think of a general as in when you're in school as like a B, or maybe it's a high C. So the benefits of having the external quality assessment is you get some comfort that somebody independent and qualified has come in and looked at your internal audit function, and are they conforming to the standards, and are they performing at a higher level? What a lot of external assessors also do is a maturity assessment of the internal audit function. So they're looking at how mature is the function, and what could they do to advance their maturity, which could add more value to the internal audit organization, which are things that then should be put in as initiatives within their strategic plan. So that's all I had prepared. I've got some ideas here, but open conversations. If you want to talk about how can you further elevate performance and the value proposition, questions about the internal or external quality assessments, or the items here. I didn't mention topical requirements is on here. If your chief audit executive hasn't started to share with you about topical requirements, they should be. You need to ask them about it. What topical requirements are is they're, in addition to the standards, they're around risk topics that internal audit should be focusing on, and it's around some requirements as to how they're focusing on. And if you want to take one guess, I'll just tell you what it is. The first one that came out is cybersecurity, which is a risk that every organization faces these days. I would say that the organizations that I've done external quality assessments on since 2021, all of them were focused on cybersecurity. My internal audit functions were focused on it for the whole 20 plus years that I was a chief audit executive. Organizational culture is another one that's come out. That's cybersecurity is effective in February. Organizational is in I think it's September, October, and then we've got third-party risk management, how the organization manages third parties, because they pose a lot of risk to organizations. And then what's going to be coming out soon is business resilience. So any questions? I don't know how we want to do questions. If you want to put them in a chat, or somebody just, you got a microphone and speak up.
Okay. Hello. 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 Okay.
Hello.
Right. I was just checking the mic. Thank you very much, Keith, for your detailed presentation. No doubt we are all aware of what a QAIP is and how it is that we can use it to elevate the internal audit function. Now, we will be taking questions, and we will be opening the floor for persons in audience who has questions, as well as those on Zoom. We will only be able to take 3 questions. So, questions from the audience?
Well, and before we get the first question, I thought mentioned in the deck, I put some additional resources in there, like some questions you could ask your CA. Also, the IIA has now started up and opened up a Global Audit Committee Center. This is something that Audit Committee members can join. There's a QR code that you can join in to join the mailing list. You can also join it for free, and they will be rolling out training sessions, virtual training sessions for Audit Committee members related to internal audit and governance, risk, and control.
Okay, thank you for that. So you can go ahead now, Mrs. Stennett. Francis?
Good afternoon, everyone. My question, thank you for your presentation. The question I have is, how can organizations ensure that their QAIP goes beyond compliance with standards to actually drive measurable improvements and ensure that your audit is performing effectively and you're meeting your organizational performance goals?
So there, what I would say is make sure when the chief audit executive is presenting their quality assurance and improvement program, what is the scope? It should be beyond just conformance to the standards. They should be looking at how effective are they performing? Are they, are audits being completed on time? Are reports being issued timely? Are they following up on management action plans timely? Make sure that they're being implemented and that what's implemented is actually going to manage the risk that was identified. So what I would say, like on performance objectives and what's reported to the audit committee doesn't need to be 15 performance objectives, but maybe it's 5 or 6 core ones that you want to focus on. The chief audit executive should be presenting to you the status of those every quarter. Don't do it just once a year. Every quarter, where are they at on those performance objectives? Ask them what improvement have you made in your function over the last year. They should be improving something every year, at least one thing, if not multiple things. And are they focused on, the biggest area is technology. You can do so much with technology today. AI or data analytics, which data analytics has been around for quite some time. But, the advantage of data analytics is they can be auditing 100% of a population of transactions, not a sample.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question from the audience? No? I have one question for you, Keith. Now, in reality, here in Jamaica, there are internal audit units with limited resources, 1 to 3 persons within the unit. Now, what are some practical steps an internal audit function with limited resources can take to start building a meaningful quality improvement program?
Very good question. So one thing I would say, first of all, with the smaller audit functions is technology can have a greater benefit to them, not only for their quality program, but just for the overall performance of internal audits. So selecting a proper audit management system for them where they can manage all of this in there. When I talked about the holistic conformance assessment of the standards, I mentioned the word periodic, and I think I mentioned that it doesn't have to be every year. This is where small functions, they can do a set of standards each year, which takes them less time than doing all the standards. And that gives them more time to do audits. And on the performance side, again, it's the technology. If they can implement technology, it can set up structure for them in their reports, in their work papers, and just make them so much more efficient in what they do. And I've seen some functions where, it's 2 or 3 people and they're leveraging technology as much as possible. It took some time to do that, so they had to not do some audits to implement the technology, but the benefit is they could cover more risks in a year leveraging technology than if they weren't. And the other side is what you could do is if you don't want them to take time to internally assess themselves, is they could engage somebody from the outside. It wouldn't be as an external assessment, but you could engage somebody from the outside to come in and assess. And that's one thing that some retired internal audit folks will do that, as a project basis. And so that's how they could, and then you're getting somebody you could talk to that person independently.
Thank you very much for that. So limited resources, it's not an excuse. As Keith mentioned, leverage technology and also engage others to assist with your internal assessment. Okay, this looks like the end of our conversation, Keith. We thank you very much for your enlightening presentation and for sharing practical lessons that we all can learn from and can reflect on as well. And thank you, the audience, for paying attention. And also, we would love to hear, and speaking on behalf of the Directorate now, that the QAIP is an agenda item on all audit committee for their next meeting. This is a very important cause. It is a responsibility of the internal audit function, and we encourage you not to delay, but get started, okay? And so thank you again, Keith, for your presentation.
Thank you. It's good to present to you. Thank you.
Performing committees. Please put your hands together for him as he comes.
Good afternoon. I don't like that. Good afternoon. It's not so energetic. Your lunch? Okay. I see. All right. It's my pleasure to be here today. And I see you're well tuned and you have been treated well so far. All right. We have a slight change, I must say. We are going to go straight to the awards ceremony. And we will have another meeting with my fellow audit committee personnel. And we can go through the details of the report. All right. Because the time has really gone. So, are my slides being shared? Yes? No? All right. For 2024-25, it takes me great pleasure in announcing third place first, which third place goes to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Let us pause a minute. So, are you the only person from? Okay, great. So we'll take some quick pictures, quick photos, and you can come. Where is Dean? You wanna? Right. So I must say though that third place, we had a tie, and but one of the factors is that we looked at everything in detail, right? So we looked also at those who submitted their reports, and as well as the other criteria. And so based on meeting all the criteria, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade would have come out as our third place awardees. Congratulations. Great, great. It's good to be awarded for your hard work. All right. And our second place award for this year goes to, wonder who is guessing. National Works Agency Audit Committee. Congratulations again. That's 1, 2. Okay, 2 persons are here. Great. I would have loved to see the entire committee, but I must apologize, I must say, for our chairman, Mrs. Kerry-Ann. She is not feeling well, and we wish her speedy recovery. And Mrs. Kerry-Ann Lewis Jackson, she's not feeling well, and she did communicate that, unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to make it today. Congratulations again for hard work is the key to success. Teamwork makes the dream work. Great. And finally, the moment you have all been waiting for. Our first place award goes to none other than the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining for the second consecutive year. Congratulations. They were first place last year and first place again this year. It is really, really commendable. Keep up the good work. And how many persons are here? Just one? And just to note, right? Just to note. So in case you may be asking the question, or you may be wondering, what are they doing differently? All right? You are? It's a reasonable question. Oh, by the way, this is our audit committee chair, Mrs. Beverly, right? And I must tell you, she works very hard. Assiduously she works. And she, as I was just saying earlier, she's someone who goes through, well, you would have heard our goodly chairman here giving his own commendations. And our good CIA, thank you, giving his own commendations. And I must tell you that this committee works on every area. They look at the internal audit reports, external audit reports. They look at the QAIP assessments. They provide a review on the assessments. They follow up on the assessments, and they actively engage the head of the entity. And also, I should say that they are also compliant with their reporting, fully compliant. So in case you were wondering why they are first place, that's why they are first place. All right? So if you want to be first place, I want all of us to be first place committees. And give us a challenge to do the gifts, right? Right. So it's my short presentation for the award ceremony, and we'll move quickly. So we'll speak again in our next meeting, which should be shortly, okay? Thank you. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Can you put your hands together again for those committees that have been awarded? Congratulations to you all. Keep up the good work. And to those of us who still aspire to be awarded at least once, continue to try. I'm sure that your hard work and your dedication will pay off at least one day. At this time, we are going to be receiving a presentation on the topic Securing Your Tomorrow Beyond the Paycheck, and this will be done by Mr. Harris Robinson, Financial Advisor, Unit Manager at the Guardian Group. Please put your hands together as he makes his way to the stage.
Good afternoon, Audit Committee. You know, I tell you, I was wondering if when I came up here after lunch, following all of these persons, what effect would I have? You know, and I want to tell you, I'm going to read out what I had prepared. When I was asked to speak initially, you know, I was quite fine. But when I looked at the lineup of speakers on that program that you have in front of you there, and I saw these names, I saw the Honorable Audrey Sewell, OJ, CDJP, Miss Darlene Morrison, CD, the Honorable Favour Williams, MP, Minister of Finance, Chief Justice of Jamaica, the Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, OJCD, Mr. Odine White, JP, MSc, Mr. Carl Berry, SP, MSc, AFI, Mr. Errol Barnaby, JP, FCMI, CBA, MBA, BSc, Mr. Keith Cole, we just saw him, CIA, CPA, CFE, and I have to be careful how I say these things, you know, because Mr. Bancroft Thomas, Audit Coordinator, Mrs. Yolanda Wint, Audit Committee Chairman, Mr. Dave Wright, Chief Internal Auditor, and then top that off now with moderators, Ms. Suzette Campbell, Senior Director, Internal Audit Directorate, and Mrs. Michelle Miller, Audit Specialist. I was in awe. I couldn't manage. And then I said, no. Okay, all right. What do I use? What do I use? What do I use to get myself together now? And I said, okay, let's use a term that the men use. He said, I put on my pants, the same way how him put on for him one foot at a time. Okay? So I use that to kind of G up myself, and say, all right, okay. Then, after that now, I looked on the program again, and I see when they scheduled me to speak, and I said, Lord, it's done. I can't manage. After lunch, and then I said, all right, okay. I started to get a bit nervous. I started to get a bit anxious. And I said, all right, deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. And then I said, I remembered now, this text from the Bible. And it said, do not be anxious about anything, but in everything, every situation, by prayer and petition with thanksgiving. Amen. We're at church, right? So guess what? I said, all right, please, Lord, for the 20 minutes that I have to share, for the 15 minutes that I have to share, and it could go down to 10, please keep them from falling asleep, and I pray that they receive at least one thing, one takeaway that will help them going forward. Amen? Amen. All right. So, all protocols observed. Good afternoon to all the special people in the room. Can all the special people in the room just say aye? Aye. All right. It means everybody in this room is special. All right. So, it's a privilege to share with you today on the topic, securing your tomorrow beyond the paycheck. So I'm Harris from Garden Life. I didn't want to do all of the fancy things like all of these persons here. But I tell you, my name in itself is a story. My name is Harris. My middle name is Salmon. And my surname is Robinson. So, no. No. What's your name? What? Tracy, I don't have 3 last names. I have 3 surnames. 3 surnames, right? Bancroft? And if I'm to say something, my friends would say, I don't have anything to do with last, except one thing. I don't know how he get Harris. Did I say what he was doing? He was smoking rum. So, the salmon now was supposed to be Samuel. But him couldn't remember, but my mother's maiden name was Salmon. So him just threw that on me. Then the Robinson now him couldn't spoil up that one day, because that is his name. So that's how I ended up with that, right? So I'm the father of 2 children and the husband of 1 wife. In June this year will be the start of my 16th year in insurance. Why don't you laugh? 16 years? If I tell you how much years, who can guess how long I'm married? How long am I married now? What is it? 12. I hear 12. I hear 10. Anybody over there guessing? 13. I like that, that sounds good. That's kind of small. But somebody over here said, 25? 23. Okay. So before I tell you how long I'm married, you see, my daughter is getting married in March. and she's 28. And I'm 40. So how long have I been married? Remember the 40. Okay, right? So, I've been married now for 32 years. 32 years. So, as mentioned earlier about being anxious, that might apply to some persons in this room as you rush your way to retirement. But when should you start to plan for retirement? As you start working? Yeah? But tell that to a 23-year-old that just start work and just exploring the world. Tell that to them. It's not going to be that. The fact is, we want to start early because we don't want to be behind when we're accumulating funds for that nest egg, right? How can we build that retirement nest egg? So we have two ways, really. Well, a couple of them. But the main one is through your pension. And you contribute to your pension, right? What's the maximum that can be contributed in the public sector? 5%? What's the maximum that you can contribute? 20%? 10? But you can increase it. You can't increase it? So that only applies to private sector. So you can't do anything there. So what you have to do is to do alternative measures. You put some things in place, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to take out alternative pension plans or to supplement your pension. Where can we do this? Anybody know where we can do this? We have several places, eh? Well, we have Guardian Group. We can do VM Wealth. We can do Sagicor. We can do Proven. We can do BPN. Those are just ideas, right? But what you need to do is to get going, right? You want also to get something going that is going to give you returns. Why is that so important? What happens each year? Inflation. And inflation is at what percent? Too high? 4%? 5%? Therefore, it means that you have to do something that's going to keep in line with that, or even higher. So you want to do mixed also, diversify, so that you don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? You also want to focus on, and this is where Guardian Life can come in, you can focus on policies that impact you personally. When I say personally, we're not talking the traditional policies that will cater for if death. But there are other policies like critical illness. You know that critical illness can wipe out a huge chunk of your savings in one sitting. One sitting. You know, I remember once, this was 2012 when I spoke to a client. And the client told me that he was not taking the critical illness. He took the life plan, didn't take the critical illness. So I spoke to his wife. His wife said, okay, come back tomorrow. When I came back tomorrow, he said, where do I sign? Wife talked to him, man. So where do I sign? Now, that gentleman paid his premium for 13 months. 13 months. And was diagnosed with prostate cancer. That same plan that he didn't want to take actually saved his life. That same plan. And guess what? He's alive today. One day he called me out of the blue and said, "Sir Robinson, I need to see you." And I went to him, of course, just chatting, and was happy that he's alive. And he squeezed something in my hand, you know? And I said, "No, man, you're good. You don't have to do that, man." And he said, "No, I need to do it." And I said, "You know, thank you. But you know who you must thank? Your wife. She's the one that insisted, you know. So thank God for wives. I have a story for wives too, but thank God for the wives, right? And the thing about it is, with these plans, they work as double. So if you're not diagnosed, then you get back your money or a portion of your money. So it is similar to even saving again for retirement, right? We also have, you need to look at things that will reduce debt. We'll look at things that you can add lump sums and all of these things. But all of this is in the grand scheme of building the nest egg. You know, there are several other things that I could do. I had 52 slides. No, take off the 5. I had only 2 slides. So the first slide, he didn't get to put it up. The first slide had my name and a contact number. And then the second slide said, "Thank you. Any questions?" Any questions? Okay, so the contact number is 384 4 again 777. It's a good number, eh? 384 4 777. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson, and please do ensure that you contact him so that he can introduce you to the solutions to secure your tomorrow beyond the paycheck. We have now come to the end of a very productive day, and at this time I invite Ms. Tishawa, I hope I got the first name correct, Peter, Audit Coordinator, Quality Assurance and Performance, and she will be giving the closing remarks and vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I find myself in the same predicament as Harris. It's this time of the day when you have one foot out the door and you're just hoping that I'm going to say, "Thank you all for coming," and then you get to leave. But what I've done is I've revamped and shortened. You see me around the place typing. I just deleted up quite a bit a while ago. So we're going to keep it short. So I'm going to just be doing a vote of thanks and the closing remarks. And I just want to say this has been a great conference. It was very good. It was a renewal of knowledge, and I learned a lot today. Personally speaking, I learned a lot. So before we even start, just give the conference a round of applause. Let's have it for the conference. Really good. So as we bring this year's conference to a close, it is both a privilege and a pleasure to address you. Let us look at the words that resonate throughout all the discussions today. The words that kept coming back each presentation was trust, honesty, communication, resilience, risk, and consistency, intentional. And these are all the things that we need to make sure that we're embodying in carrying out our functions. So these principles, they were echoed across each presentation, and I think they should serve as enduring pillars, and we should abide by them within our profession going forward, based on what we would have been exposed to today. This conference, it has become a vital fixture on our professional calendar. Each year, it provides an invaluable platform for auditors, policymakers, and stakeholders to reflect on emerging risks, assess progress that we have made over the past year, and also to chart a deliberate path forward to audit and public financial management. This year was no exception. Against a backdrop of evolving risks, including Hurricane Melissa, the recovery needed from it, and the resilience that we have had to show as a country, we, the audit community, we have confronted the realities facing our institutions and reaffirmed the importance of adaptability, foresight, and resilience. And that has been, we have all connected with our presenters. So our discussions on ERM, AI, artificial intelligence in auditing, the pension fund, quality assurance, essentially good governance, they have been reinforced, and they have reinforced the indispensable role of the audit function and the audit committee function, and the need to strengthen oversight. I wish to express sincere appreciation to all our distinguished leaders and contributors. And so we firstly want to thank the Cabinet Secretary, Mrs. Audit Sewell, for setting a strong and inspiring tone for the conference, and the Honorable Minister of Finance, Favour Williams, for her steadfast support of the audit profession and her message of resilience, recovery, and public trust. Our gratitude also extends to the Financial Secretary, Ms. Darlene Morrison, whose insights on trust building, proactive risk oversight, and the evolving role of auditors as strategic partners greatly enriched our deliberations today. We also thank the President of the IIA local chapter, Mr. Dwight McLeish, for reinforcing the importance of professional development, engagement, and growth. A special word of thanks goes to our keynote speaker, Chief Justice Sykes, whose compelling address underscored the importance of independence, moral courage, and resilience in the face of pressure. So much time I'm repeating resilience because it kept coming out, so that's what we need. His message resonated deeply with the audit profession, and it reminded us that independence is not merely a principle, but a daily practice. We thank all the panelists, moderators, and subject matter experts for their rich contribution today. In particular, we acknowledge Mr. O'Dane White for his insightful presentation on enterprise risk management, Mr. Carl Berry for his very engaging and thought-provoking session of artificial intelligence in auditing and cybersecurity, and Mr. Keith Carl for his valuable perspectives on quality assurance, consistency, and continuous improvement. Each session reinforced evidence-based practice, prevention, and intentional excellence. To our Audit Committee Award recipients, we commend your consistency, dedication, and hard work. To the runner-ups, keep striving. We also extend sincere appreciation to the Deputy Financial Secretary, Mrs. Hope Blake, for her years of consistent leadership, vision, and unwavering support. And now we come to a very special vote of thanks. Where is Ms. Suzette Campbell? So, an executive vote of thanks is extended to Ms. Suzette Campbell, the driving force behind this annual initiative. Her innovation, foresight, and commitment to renewing knowledge have created a vital space for us as auditors and the stakeholders alike. Even in the face of challenges such as Hurricane Melissa, she exemplified resilience and consistency in getting this conference. Yes, of course, the team the team too. I'm coming to the team next. But, you know, even though, you know, we have moved on from 2025, we still have the conference today. So we just want to thank her and show our appreciation to Ms. Campbell. Next, of course, the IAD team. We can't leave out the IAD family, especially Bancroft, Dennis, Moya Main, she's not here right now, Michelle Miller, Julius, the main architects behind the scenes. Give them a special thanks, a round of applause. A wonderful conference. Yes, and thanks to Marie Minot. Yes, how can I forget Marie? Thank you, Marie, and all the contributors and partners that we have, JIS, the PR team, the camera crew. Am I leaving anyone out? Yes, Mr. Harris from Guardian Life. Thank you, sir, for your engaging presentation. It was a nice precursor for me. Everybody woke up, so thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and I took note of your number. I'll be using it. So thank you to all the participants here today, also those who are online. Thank you for your continued support annually. Thank you for your engagement too during the sessions and your continued commitment to this annual event. As we depart, let us do so with renewed purpose, strengthened partnerships, and a shared resolve to uphold the highest standards of audit excellence and good governance until we meet again next year. Thank you, safe travels, and good afternoon. We also thank our moderator.
So work is finished for today. We have done our work, we have done our play, and it's time for us to go home. It was such a pleasure engaging you all today. It was indeed a good conference. And so this is the end of the GOJ Audit Committees Conference for 2026. And I might say, see you all in 2027. God bless you and have a wonderful evening.